Hello.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, guys, it's 9 o'clock. We're going to get started. Okay. Our other friends will join us as they make it in this morning. It's Friday.
Sorry, it's hard to do this on an iPad, and I clicked the pen button. Let me try to erase that. Ah.
I got it, Simon. No worries. Oh, not that one. That's the other thing. There we go. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and get started. Why does it say that? Did I? Oh, I hit the wrong thing. That's why. Oh, there's William. Okay. I don't know how many of you were able to attend the finish line last night. Were any of you able to attend that last night?
Me.
Okay. Oh, yes.
I don't know about it. It was long.
Yeah, it was long, but was it helpful? Well, if anything, it's definitely helpful for parents as they move forward and making decisions about you guys moving up in challenge every year. Things that we learn to do better for students that have been through the program. That's always good to know. Students gave advice last night. We had students that have graduated from CC, and we had one student that is a sophomore in college, and one student that is a freshman in college. And then we had our seniors. We had seniors on the panel last night to talk about kind of the ins and outs of homeschooling, the ins and outs of challenge, and then specifically the high school level of challenge. And for the ones that were already in college, how they felt that challenge prepared them for college, or some things that they may have been able to do without. There wasn't really much of anything that wasn't beneficial to them when they got to college. So it wasn't recorded, unfortunately. So it was a live event, but I think we're going to do something for College Park, something similar, not quite the same, but something similar to just continue to encourage you guys to press forward and not give up. And sometimes it's hard, but you'll look back and you'll see that it's worth it because it would have prepared you for your future. Okay, we know all this. No cell phones or third-party applications. Come to class on time, dress appropriately. First name in the chat for me. So I see I have Daniel and Jordan together today. Let me rename you guys. Whoops. Okay, it's not letting me right now. Be respectful, allow speakers to finish their comments, cameras on, participate, and the chat is not enabled right now. It will be enabled later. And when I do enable it, go ahead and use it responsibly. And then last but not least, have fun. So we know our supplies, guides, brains, math stuff, cartography stuff. I gotta take that science fair stuff. It's anatomy now, right? Anatomy, yay, Shiloh, anatomy. LTW, reasoning, Latin, your whiteboards handy, your dry erase markers, and then your smiles and conversation. Okay, let's get to our Devo. So what do you see here?
A guy sprinkling kill weeds on weeds.
Is it the parable about where you cast your grain and what's going to happen to it?
Okay, it could be possibly. But in terms of like the picture itself, what physically do you see in the picture?
Farmer.
Say it again, William. A farmer, you said?
Farmer.
Okay, a farmer. What else? Say it again, Tally.
Birds.
Birds. Okay. What else? What kind of ground do we see? Daniel, Jordan.
They throw seeds in the water.
Okay, does that look like water to you?
Oh, I mean, to the plants.
Okay, and plants. What else do you see? Do you see any grass or anything?
Birds in the sky.
Okay, bird.
It looks like it's about to become nighttime.
Okay. It looks like the sun is setting. The sun is setting. The sun is setting.
Or early morning when he just got up and he's planting.
Right. Okay, how about these things right here? What do you think those are? What do these look like?
Rocks.
Yeah, rocks. And how about these?
Are they supposed to be thorns?
Yeah, well, that would be the thorns that are sticking out of it, right?
Weeds then?
Yeah, some kind of weed or plant or something. And then how about this? What is that?
Is that the good soil? Or it's like a
well, before we actually try to compare it to the parable, Kendall, what is this physically? What does it look like?
To me, it looks like a small red, muddy creek.
Okay, so this looks like water to you guys? Okay. Does anyone see a pathway? Okay, very good. So yes, William, this is an illustration of the parable of the sower. So I want you guys to open up your Bibles and look at Luke 8. And I need a reader to read verses 5 through 8. Who's there who can read for me, for us? Go ahead, Kendall.
A farmer went out to sow his seed. As he was scattering the seed, some fell along the path. It was trampled on, and the birds ate it up. Some fell on rocky ground, and when it came up, the plants withered because they had no moisture. Other seed fell among thorns, which grew with it and choked the plants. Still other seed fell on good soil. It came up and yielded a crop, 100 times more than was sown. When he said this, he called out, "Whoever has ears, hear. Let them hear."
Thank you, Kendall. Very, very good reading. Okay, so we are learning how to kind of compare things, right? I said that's probably what the remainder of our devos will be like. So when we do our LTW and we construct our Annie, we usually want to find actions, right? So what parts of speech represent action?
Verbs.
Right. So verbs represent action. So I pulled out some things from our passage here. So yes, someone called him a farmer. So if we were to define sower, right, a sower would be someone who sows seed. And sowing seed is, you see what he's doing here. He is planting the seed for it to grow. But how do you notice how he's sowing the seed? Is he carefully placing each seed in the ground? Is he doing that? Well, what is he doing?
He's saving himself time by throwing it everywhere.
Okay, so he's throwing it everywhere. That's what I was looking for. That's called the broadcast method. And so William says that one benefit of that is to save time. What would be another benefit of sowing seed in this way? Kendall?
If something happens to your main mass of crops, then you have others.
Okay, very good, very good. So he's spreading out his crops. What else would be another benefit of sowing the seed in this way?
It wouldn't take as long.
Okay, very good. Would save time.
It might come up at different times, so we might have food for a long time, because some of them go immediately in the soil and some of them get buried later on.
Okay, very good, very good. So obviously this is a comparison to how we are supposed to sow the word of God into the hearts of men. And we're going to talk about that next week. But right now we're going to talk about the literal parable that Jesus used to explain to the apostles what that meant. So I ended up using the New King James Version. I think, Kendall, what version did you read for us? Is that NIV? Okay, so some of the words, wayside, I think you had pathway for wayside. And so we can just kind of figure out what the words are. So if you see, there were 4 categories, right? So we have our sower, he sowed his seed by the broadcast method, right? And so when he sowed his seed, it fell in all these different places. So that would be another benefit, right? And I think William kind of alluded to that it could go into different places, and some it would immediately take root, and some places it might not. It might sit on top of the ground. Some places might go on to another object, and we see that the seed kind of went in different places. So here on the wayside, remember we talked about action parts of speech are verbs. So I pulled out the verbs from each category, if you can see. So Eden, what happened to the wayside, the seed that fell on the wayside or on the pathway?
Trampled down, birds devoured it.
Right, so it was either trampled down. What does that mean, trampled? What does that signify? William?
Stomped on, but wouldn't that actually help it if it was stomped on, so then it would go into the ground?
Possibly, it just depends on what surface it fell on, right? If it fell on concrete and you stomped on it, is anything gonna happen to it? No, it's just gonna get smushed. So, okay, so now what happened to the seed that fell on rocks? Simon, can I see your face, Simon, please? I see your ceiling.
It's kind of hard because I have the iPad in the room. Okay, so that one on the rock, it sprang up and withered away because it didn't have any moisture.
Right, so we see here our verbs. It sprang up, That would be a good thing, right? Would we say that that's a good thing that it sprang up? It did start to grow, but then it withered away because it lacked moisture. Okay, so what happened with the thorns, Shiloh, when the seed fell on thorns?
The thorns grew with it, and then they choked the seeds.
Okay, so it sprang up with it, right? The thorns sprang up at the same time as the seed, and then it choked it. And then the last one with the good ground, what happened with good ground? Kendall.
It sprang up and yielded a crop.
Okay, very good. So now we can see these 4 different ways that the seed, when it was sowed, the way that it resulted in the ground. And so what we're going to do next week is we're going to look more in depth now of when Jesus explains what this means, and then we'll go through our 5 common topics and have a great discussion about it. So right now we're looking at the comparison of the verbs. We could use all types of things with this chart, right? Parallelism with all those verbs. So we're going to talk about this more next week. Okay, so let's get into math. So for review, our mental math, I think over the last couple of weeks, we talked about algebraic addition and scientific notation. And we've done these solving for x's for quite a while. So I would like you to write in your brains or your notebooks and go ahead and write these out.
Should we solve them or just write them out?
Yes, you may solve them.
And do we have to write the words at the top, or do we just write the equation?
Just the equation is fine.
Mommy?
Uh-oh, is that Simon? That's right, Mom is home today, Simon, right? Give me a thumbs up when you're on number 3. And I'll start with number 1.
Sorry, are we supposed to solve them too?
Yes. Okay, thanks, Grant. Thanks, Howie. Thanks, Kendall.
Are we supposed to give you a thumbs up when we finish solving or when we're on the 3rd?
When you're on the 3rd, you can continue to work through the 3rd, but I'm going to start. I'm probably going to start like in 5 seconds. So you guys can keep working.
Miss Jamia, is that 3 problems? Or is that all together?
There are 3 different problems. Okay, I'm gonna begin. So if you remember, I know this looks like a regular old subtraction problem, but the whole point was us to learn how to change subtraction problems into algebraic addition problems. That's what we looked at. And because we're going to use this skill later when we get more into algebra. So if I were to write it with all of my signs in place, that would be a positive 15. Now I'm going to take the opposite sign, plus, and I'm going to distribute that negative sign, negative 25. And then that's going to give me negative 10. Okay. Number 2, we're using scientific notation to simplify. Again, this is something that we'll end up using later when we have goo gobs of place values. We need to make the numbers shorter. It's very helpful when you have decimal points with all of these different place values, and who has time to write like a 15-digit number? Do you even have that kind of space on your paper, especially if you write in the beautiful kind of bubble type print? I know some people who write like that, and so they may be able to fit, good job. They may be able to fit 10 numbers, but you know, sometimes when we get into more algebraic computations, we might have these really long numbers and we need to learn how to simplify them. So we're going to start with this number here, our 24. Remember, we had to change it into a decimal point number and then a base of 10. So we know that our decimal, our understood decimal for whole numbers is after the whole number, right? So we're going to move it one place to the left. So this is going to be 2.4 times 10 to the negative 1, because I moved it one place to the left. And then I'll just bring down my times 10 to the negative 7. So now my 24 has been written in scientific notation here, 2.4 times 10 to the negative 1. Now I want to be able to combine this. So I keep my 2.4 times. And so now when I multiply numbers with base 10 and exponents, what do?
Do you add the exponents?
Right, very good. So, and remember, my 10 has to be the base. In order for me to be able to do that, it has to be the same. So if I add these exponents, a negative plus a negative is a what? Daniel, what's a negative plus a negative?
What was the question?
What is a negative number plus a negative number?
Isn't it a negative number too?
Yes, very good. So negative 1 plus negative 7 will give me what?
Negative 8?
Yep, very good. So my final answer is 2.4 times 10 to the negative 8. Okay, and lastly, we have an equation here. We've seen these before, right? And I think we solved these a little bit different. So I'll show you my way to solve, and then you guys give me a different way for those of you that don't do it the cross multiplication way. So what I've learned 20,000 years ago, because I'm so ancient, is to cross multiply, right? So I'm gonna have 2.5 x equals 7.5 times 12, or 12 times 7.5. And now I have a problem that is multiplication, right? So now whatever I do to the left side of my equation, I need to also do to the right side. So I'm going to divide both sides by 2.5 so that I can isolate my variable here. 2.5, and that gives me a final number of 7.5 times 12 is 90, and then no.
I think it's just 90.
Yeah. This is 90. And so 90 divided by 2.5 gives me 36.
And then you'd put the point there, right? The decimal point, so it'd be 3.6.
Oh, yes, you're right. 3.6. So did you guys do it different? Who did it different than that? Kendall, how did you do it?
I did it 2.5 is 1/3 of 7.5. 12 is 1/3 of what number? 12 is 1/3 of 36. That was my answer.
Okay,
The point.
okay, very good. Did anyone else do it different? Okay, good job, guys. So we'll continue plugging away. And for those of you that this is new, it's good that you write it in your notebook so that you can refer to it when you get to it in your exercises.
Wait, Mr. Me, I think the answer is 36, not 3.6. Sorry. There's a little.
No, yeah, it is 36. I do have that written in my notebook too, which I didn't look at. So the final answer should be 36. Okay. So we're moving on to lesson 73, multiplying and dividing sign numbers. So last time when we looked at the algebraic addition, we were looking at opposites, right? The opposite of 3. What's the opposite of 3? Is that a -3, Grant? Shouldn't it be on the other side, like this way? Yes. So the opposite of +3 would be -3. So now we're looking at full-length equation number sentences. So tell me, what do you see? Oh, I think I have my little questions here. I just told you what you saw, right? How are they similar?
Some equations have -3 and some have +3.
Okay, very good. How else are they similar?
Some equations are positive, some equations are negative.
Okay, very good.
Mr.
Another
Me,
similarity. Uh-huh.
our -3 plus -3 would be -6, right? Or was that supposed to be like?
No, that's right.
Yeah.
Thank you for catching that for me, William. Uh-oh, you guys looking at all my stuff there? Supposed to close your eyes when I gotta go back. Okay, what else? What other similarities do you see? Tally, what similarities do you see on the screen?
All the equations have equal signs.
Okay, very good. William?
A positive plus a positive is a positive, and a positive times a positive number is also a positive number.
Okay, very good. How are they different? William?
It doesn't show up here, but a negative number plus a negative number is a negative number, but a negative number times a negative number is a positive number.
Okay, very good. So on the left side of our screen, what kind of numbers do we see? Jordan? On the left side of our screen, what kind of numbers do we see on the left side?
A negative number?
On the left side, is that your left? Hold up your left hand for me. We're opposite, aren't we? So on your left, you see negative numbers. What do you see on the right? Go ahead, Jordan. What do you see on the right side?
Oh, you said show me your left hand.
Oh, okay, yes, we are opposite. Okay. Because I also made my screen opposite, so I'm not sure sometimes I made my screen opposite for when I write on the whiteboard behind me so that you guys can still see it written the right way. So sometimes I forget how you see it. Okay, and so we just said the left side. What do you see on the right side?
2.
What kind of numbers?
Negative number.
Negative numbers, very good. Okay, very good, very good. And so we talked about opposites last week, right? So how do these numbers represent opposites? Eden,
I guess because they're opposites.
how are they opposites?
Because some are positive and some are negative.
Okay, very good. William?
The opposite of 3, the opposite of +3 and +3 and +6 is -6.
Okay, very good. So we see that it is the opposite signs, right? What is the opposite operation of addition? Shiloh,
Subtraction.
right. And what is the opposite operation of multiplication? Rasul. Good morning, Rasul. Do you mean to be upside down? There you go. What's the opposite operation of multiplication? I didn't hear you. Very good. So if I were to have my numbers 2 times 3 equals 6, how would I represent that as the opposite? If you're telling me that division is the opposite operation, how do I write that in using division? Simon.
Multiplication.
No, so my question was, if I have the problem 2 times 3 equals 6, and we've determined that division is the opposite operation of multiplication, how would I now write a division problem for the opposite of 2 times 3 equals 6?
-2 times -3 equals 6.
Not quite. Grant.
I don't understand.
You can do it 2 ways, but one way is 2 divided by 6 would equal 3.
2 divided by 6?
Or 6 divided by 2.
Right. 6 divided by 2, or what's the other one?
Or 6 divided by 3.
Right. So a lot of times we can use the opposite operation to check our answers, right? To see if it's right, especially as we get in larger numbers. That's a lot of times how we can check our work to make sure that it's correct. Okay, so, oh, that didn't come up right. So what do you notice about the signs and the signs of the sums and the products? When we're talking about opposites. So I think we said that this side was positive, right? And we have all positive numbers here. And then this side was negative. And we don't have all negative numbers here, right? Because when we get to multiplication and division, then it changes. So do you think that, oh, I didn't mean for that to pop up. You didn't see that, did you? Can we come up with a rule? What rules can we determine based on these sample problems? rules about signs. Shiloh, can you give me one?
Can you say the question again?
Based on these samples that we looked at, what rules can we determine by these samples? Rules about the signs of numbers.
I guess the negative numbers would always be less than 0, and the ones, and then the positive numbers would always be above 0.
Okay, well, in terms of operations, if we're looking for a rule to go by whenever we do other sample problems that look like these, what can we determine about the sign of the number within the operation of addition, for example? Okay, we can get some help. Grant?
A negative times a negative equals a positive.
Okay, a negative, and I don't even have that one up here, but yes, that would be one of the rules. A negative times a negative equals a positive. And what other rules can we determine?
A positive times a positive equals a positive.
Okay, very good.
A negative equals a negative.
Very good. So based on these sample problems, we can determine a few things about signs and numbers within equations. So for multiplication or division, if we have two positive numbers in our equation, then we know that our answer is going to be positive. This thing is always in my way. And then for multiplication or division, if we have two positive numbers, what is that? If we have two positive numbers with different signs, that doesn't even make sense. If we have two numbers, oh, that says two numbers with different signs, then we know that our answer is going to be negative. And that's always the case. It's always consistently that, right? So one way to help us know the sign is to put them within parentheses so that that sign stands out to us and we know that it's a negative sign. So what rules can we come up with for addition then? What rules can we come up with addition? I gave you the multiplication rules, multiplication division rules. What rules can we come up with for addition? Eden?
Positive plus positive equals positive.
Very good, very good. And how about our second one, Towie?
Could you repeat the question?
What rules can we come up with for addition? Eden gave us the first one, a positive plus a positive equals a positive. So what's our other one?
A negative plus a negative equals a negative.
Very good. So now what if I have a number that's a negative plus a positive? What will my answer be? Any takers? A negative plus a positive, what are the possibilities of my answer?
It could be positive or negative.
Very good. And what determines if it's positive or negative signs?
Whether the negative number is bigger, whether the positive number is bigger.
Very good, very good. So that one is not always consistent, right? In terms of the way that we apply it, it is. So a negative plus a positive can be either or, but now we have the exception. We have to look at the number that is the largest, and then our answer will reflect the largest number. in terms of the sign. Okay, so we had a few weeks back word problems that were, what number is X of this? Do you guys remember that? That was lesson 60 that we did in class. So word problems, remember, are just math and language. And when we can figure out what the language means, then we can figure out what we're supposed to be doing. So let's see what this looks like. So if I have I just got so much stuff on my screen today. Out of my way. Okay. So for our first problem here, if I have this, what number is 0.6 of 31? So how do I write this? Oh, look at my underline. It's crazy. How do I write what number, Grant?
WN.
Right. W, and I think in your book, they represent like a little N right there, right? So this would be our unknown. How else do we know how to write an unknown?
As a number or letter.
Right, as some type of letter. So usually we use like X or R or T or something like that. So we can represent what number or the unknown by this W to the nth degree or just by a variable X. And we know that it will most likely in our problems be represented by the variable, right? So how about this word? We know this from grammar, don't we? What is?
This is equal, right?
Right. Is equal. And we know that from grammar too, right? What sentence pattern usually has a linking verb in it? There's two, right?
Mr. Mia, if you wanted to write an equation before you solved it, this is I think what my math taught. You kind of like wrote this as an equation.
T equals equals is. Oh, is that
The
what
decimal
that's
equals, wait, the decimal times of equals is.
okay, yeah. For right now, we're just literally going through the language so that we can look at numbers and word problems and determine what they mean in math. So we know whenever we see is, that's an equal sign. And then the numbers represent their numbers, right? And we know that of represents what? I think William just told us. What does of represent? Grant?
To multiply.
Right. So times, and then our number is 31. So the way that we write this, where we're used to the way that it looks, this will give us just a straight multiplication problem, right? So this would be X equals 0.6 times 31. And we know that equation, right? That's just multiplying. What's that answer?
Mr. Mia, are you recording? Because it doesn't say.
She is.
Yeah, I'm recording. So what's 0.6 times 31?
18.6.
Right, so X would equal 18.6. So the same here, now that I have what fraction, remember, we're just always looking for the unknown. So how would I write this in an equation? So now I have my of first before my is. Tally, how would I write what fraction?
X.
Right, X. And of?
Equals.
I have an of next. What fraction of? So what do we say of represents in math?
Times.
Right. I'll put a dot this time since I had X. And then my number comes down. What is?
Equals.
equals, and then my number 42 comes down. So we know what this looks like. 56x equals 42. Don't we recognize that? Right, what do I do next? Whatever I do to the left, I have to do to the right. What's the opposite of multiplication?
Division.
Right. So I have to divide both sides by 56. And then I'm left with x because this cancels out. X equals 42 over 56, but I can simplify that to what?
$21 over 28.
And can that be simplified even more than that? 21 over 28?
3/4.
Right, to 3/4. Oh, I came over in my other section. So if you see this, this problem is similar to this problem. Do you see that? So if I wanted to find the decimal part of this, how would I do that? How do I change this answer, this fraction, into a decimal? Kendall?
3 divided by 4.
Right. So if I have 3 and I have my little decimal points here, what does that end up being? 75, right? So the decimal part of this same number here, first we figured out the fraction, and then now it asks us for the decimal part of this same problem here. So now I just turned this fraction into a decimal, and it gives me 0.75 as my answer. Okay? So this is now, it's just more of an extension of what we did in lesson 60. Now it's adding in fractions and decimals. But the process, the formula to determine it is the same. As soon as we can recognize what numbers translate into math, then we can write it as a math problem. Okay, let's see if we can get to... Oh, we do have time for my next one. I wasn't sure if we would. Okay. I have to handwrite this one, so I'm gonna say, forgive me in advance for this handwriting. So I learned some new tricks with this pen. Let's see if I can get it to work. So I'm gonna draw a box. See that straight line, y'all? Woo, look at that straight line. I learned how to do that yesterday. Can I tell you how excited I was? Okay, I just had to hold my shift key down. Okay, so I'm gonna try to make a rectangle. Ooh, that one didn't work out so great, did it? Let's try it again. Shift. Why isn't it doing it? Maybe because I can't touch it. No. There we go. Okay, I gotta hold it down first. One more. I'm like holding my breath while I do this. Ooh. I'm gonna get it real good like about a few weeks. Okay, I have a rectangle there, right? So this is lesson 75. This is the area of a complete figure. And we're looking at trapezoids. So what was the area of a rectangle? The area of a rectangle equals?
Length times width.
Right, length times width. And so what was the area of a triangle?
1/2 base times height.
Okay, very good. So the area of a triangle equals 1/2 base times height. Was there another way we could write that? Or it could be base times height over 2, right? Do you remember when we kind of went through how we divided the rectangle into a triangle, and then we were like, oh, that's how you get a triangle, the area of a triangle. Do you guys remember that? I was pretty fascinated by that. I had dreams about it the next day. Okay, so for a trapezoid, usually it's going to be shapes that are combined together to make, like, not the regular shapes that we are used to seeing. So not just a square or not just a triangle. And so in the case of doing some kind of shape that's a trapezoid, so if I meant to do this the long way. So if I had one, that was like this, longer, the long way, that's a little bit off, but, and then I'll be able to, ooh, so sorry. What, do you want to turn on sticky keys? No, I don't. So sorry for some of my, and then let me erase this part. So say we had a shape like this. What is that for, William? Why are you showing me that?
I just wrote out the areas and circumferences, kind of like the song that we memorized.
Oh, okay, yes, very good. So forgive my drawing, but you guys understand that this is a trapezoid, right? So and you saw how I drew it. So if you were to receive the shape this way, you could already see that it's two different shapes put together to make one, right? So what you have to do is find the area of both shapes and then add them together. So in the case of this triangle, let's say that this was 10 centimeters and this was 7. This right here was 4. This little part right here is 4. This is 9. Oh, wait a minute. I did that wrong. So this is 7, 9. Okay, so what would be this line right here? What would be the measurement? If we have this as 10 centimeters and this is 4, what'll be the measurement of this line that we don't see? Very good, Grant, 6. So I think in your book, they end up making like the little dash line so that you can kind of separate the shapes. So this would be 6. So now we are able to use our formulas to work through the area of both shapes. So here for our rectangle, what are our measurements going to be? A equals what? What's the length of that rectangle? I can't. Grant, I can't. Just tell me.
70.
Right, 70. So my length is going to be 10 times my width is going to be 7. And so my area is going to be 70 centimeters squared, right? And so now for my triangle, what are my measurements? What is my base? Tally, what's the base of my triangle?
The bottom part.
Right, and what calculation is it? What measurement is it?
1/2. I mean 9.
Right, 9. So if my base is 9, what's my height?
6.
6. 6, and we're going to put all of that over 2. So what's 9 times 6?
45. I mean, not 45. 54.
Over 2, and what's 54 divided by 2? William,
27.
say it again.
27.
All right, very good, 27. So this would be 27, what is that, centimeters squared. And now we want to add them because this is one shape, right? We want to add them together. So 70 plus 27 gives me 97 centimeters squared. So that would be the area for this trapezoid shape. So the whole point is to break the shape down into shapes that you recognize and you know the formulas for. And then in order to now find the area of the entire shape, you have to add them together. Any questions? Okay, that's all we have time for math today. So we'll do 76 next time.
Can we do cartography in the morning?
In the morning.
Like after Latin?
No.
I think that's possible, yes.
I want to get the harder subjects over with.
I don't know how, I don't know if you think body parts are gross. I mean, some people think they are to see, because I'm gonna show you what these real body parts look like in our little bio-digital human. And so if you think that's gonna make your stomach a little queasy before lunch, is anyone gonna get a little, yeah?
I will throw up all over the iPad.
Will you? Well, there'll be a little time between.
I will be pretty grossed out.
Really, Eden? Oh no.
Dissecting them, I probably would.
Oh no, really? You'll be grossed out?
Yeah.
I think the liver is really pretty. Personally, I think it's a healthy liver. I think the not healthy liver looks a little scary, but the healthy liver looks really pretty to me. So does anyone have any objections to us doing?
So when science? It's not after Latin?
We do it after lunch. But yes.
So when science? After,
we normally do it after lunch. Yeah, we normally do it after lunch, but there was been a request to do it after Latin.
I want to do cartography after Latin.
Oh, you said cartography. Why am I still talking about anatomy? Nobody stopped me either. Okay. Yes, we can do cartography.
That's what you were talking about? I thought cartography.
Cartography after Latin. I don't know what in the world I was thinking about. I just had that liver on my mind, I think. That's why. Okay. So you guys know you get one break in the morning. So do you want to take your break now before we hit Latin, or do you want to take it before?
Take it now.
Take Latin, it now and after Latin. We always take it after math, after Latin.
Yes, take it after math because it's stressful.
We always need to take it
After Latin.
No, math. After math. Do it. That's why they call it after math.
They call what aftermath?
It's a word, aftermath. And the reason is because you have to have your break after the math. That's just how it works.
Okay.
We could vote in the chat.
Yeah.
Yes, vote.
To enable it right now.
Just vote once, so don't.
Can my vote count as 10 votes?
Okay, so it's only coming to me. So let me see. What do you want to take your break now? So all I want to see is now or later. Now or later.
Just vote once or else it might get confusing.
Just don't let me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's only 8 people that voted. I need Daniel and Jordan. I know you have to vote twice.
Vote now. Vote now, please.
Vote later, then.
No, vote now. Vote now, and you get free Bobucks.
Don't you think that Latin is more stressful?
I mean, when you're actually doing it on paper.
Take our break later. Save it.
No, don't save breaks. That's lame.
Break.
There's somebody that did not vote. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 for now, and 1, 2, 3, 4 for later. So Daniel and Jordan, if you did not vote, I need y'all to,
Ow, please.
Rasul, I need you.
Please, I'm begging with you.
No, later.
We need a break now
So
because
do you both say now?
Yes, Grant.
Daniel and Jordan, do you both say now? Or does one say now, one say later? Who said?
I say now, he says later.
Okay,
No.
so that's 1, 2,
How could you?
4. Okay, it looks like now wins.
Yes.
You guys have 5 minutes.
Got our break, didn't we, voting?
10:05. Come back at 10:05.
Our break voting for. It took like 5 minutes to vote for which we were gonna do first.
Yeah, because I ended at 5 of 10. So you still got to come back at 10:05. It's 10:01 now. Come back at 10:05. All righty, we're back. Now, where is everybody? I'm gonna start in 1 minute.
Mr. Mia, you said to come back at 10:10, not 10:05.
No, 10:05. Turn your camera
You
back.
said 10:10.
Turn your camera back on, please. Okay, so we're gonna review. So what are the verb groups called again? The noun groups are called Eden. Noun groups are called what?
Declension.
Right, and so now what are the verb groups called, Shiloh?
Conjugations.
Very good, they're called conjugations. And how many are there, Jordan? How many verb conjugations are there?
Is there, you said how many verbs?
How many verb conjugations are there?
4 groups?
4, very good. There are 4 groups of verbs, and the verb groups are called conjugations. Very good. So here are our endings for each conjugation. So tell me, we've spent a lot of time on the first conjugation. What is the ending for first conjugation? What's the ending, Tally? What is the ending for first conjugation?
A-R-E.
Right, and so what principal part will we find these endings? Which principal part will we find these endings? Very good, William. The second principal part is where we'll find these endings. So our second conjugation ending is what? Simon, can you turn your camera on for me, please? And what is our second conjugation ending, Simon?
Ere.
Right, with our macron. And why is our macron important for second conjugation? Kendall?
So that we don't get it confused with third conjugation because there's no macaron in the third.
Right, very good. So it's important that we see that so that we know right away which group it belongs to. And then finally, our fourth conjugation is Jordan. What's our fourth conjugation ending?
I-R-E.
Very good, I-R-E, very good. Okay, so, ooh, what happened to my other parts there? There it is. Okay, so this should look familiar to you, at least the top 2, right? And second conjugation was introduced to us before, so this should be reviewed. Now remember, we had that nice chart of the present system and the perfect system. Do you guys remember that? Yes? So that chart was helpful for us to get a visual of how the present system in verbs work and how the perfect system, and it's uniform throughout all 4 conjugations. So if you can get a handle on that there's 2 different systems and it helps you with the tenses when it's now time to conjugate the verbs. So here we have all 4 conjugations, and we have the 4 principal parts of each conjugation. So why do I have this highlighted? What is this telling me? These boxes, what are the boxes telling me? William?
Which belong to the present system and which belong to the perfect system.
Very good. And so for our second conjugation, what is the stem for our present system? Second conjugation, what's the stem? Shiloh.
Monet or Mon.
Right, so that is the stem. And so what is the stem for the perfect system? Second conjugation, Towie.
Laudo and Laudar.
For second conjugation.
Oh, Moneo and Monet air.
For the perfect system.
Oh, I thought you said present.
Yeah, perfect system, the stem.
I and us.
The stem.
Monu.
And
Monetus. I mean monet.
right. So if you remember with our other chart, we had the stems that went with each system, right? And then we had our endings. So what do you notice about the third principal part of all the conjugations, the endings in the perfect system? What do you notice? Grant?
That they all end in I.
Yes. So that third principal part is the same for all 4 conjugations. Yes, William?
The first principal part and the fourth principal part are also the same, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And you see how the endings are the same. So if we can remember the endings for the third and fourth, then what is going to distinguish what conjugation we're looking at? Do you remember? Why is this right? Why is that so important? Why is that second one so important?
Because it's the only one that is not the same.
That's right. So it tells us what conjugation it belongs to. And hopefully the way I color code it, you can really see that now. It stands out to you in that way. So that's why there's certain things that we can figure out the patterns and get it, but then there's certain things that we have to memorize just to know what principal part and what conjugation that the verbs belong to. So if we just keep saying the standard, laudo, laudare, laudawi, laudatus, and then we say the English, I praised, to praise, I was praised. What was the last one? I was praising or having been praised. It's the same with all of them. You see that? You see the English equivalents? I warned, to warn, I warned, I was warned. It's the same. So if we can understand the second principal part is what's going to be different, but the translations are the same. Okay, so let's practice this really quickly. We did this with our first conjugation, right? So who can translate in Latin and then in English for me? Terrio or Terrio. I know I'm not saying it right. Terreo.
Terrero, I think.
Okay, to Terreo. Who can say the 4 principal parts of that verb? William?
Is it like terrio, terrier, tear? Teriui and terietis.
Yeah. Now, how do you find the stem when you're trying to figure out the rest of the endings? Remember, for nouns, we had to look at the genitive, right? Drop the ending, and then that gave us the stem. How do we do it for verbs?
Would you drop the ending of the second principal part?
Yeah. You look at the second principal part and you drop the ending, and then that's your stem. So for tereo, we had tereo, teriri, terui, teritus, and it means terrified. So what is it in English? William?
I warned to warn. I warned. Wait, no. I terrified to terrify. I terrified. I was terrified, having been terrified.
Very good. Okay, so for our second one, how about you try this one, Eden? Timeo, Timeo. Remember, this is an irregular verb. What do we know about irregular verbs? It leaves out one of the parts. Which one?
The final one.
Right. The fourth principal part is omitted because it doesn't translate in passive. That's why. So go ahead and try timeo in Latin.
Timeo, timiere, timiui, timitus.
Right. So remember, it's irregular. So that means that there is no fourth principal part. So there's only three. Timeo, timiri, timiui, and then there's no fourth principal part. And it means fear. So the I feared, to fear, I feared. And then there, again, there is no fourth principal part. Whoops. So now you should be able to answer the question because I just gave you the answer. What's the formula now to conjugate our verbs into their different tenses? What's the formula? Simon?
You take the word, add the infinitive, tense sign, and then personal sign.
Almost, it's almost there. So we start with the same thing we start with for nouns. What do we start with a noun?
The stem.
Right, so we start with the stem. Then what do we add
And
next?
then the infinitive.
No,
The principal part, I guess.
the conjugation indicator, right?
Okay, the conjugation indicator,
And then what do we add?
the tense sign, and the personal sign.
Very good, Simon. Okay, so here we go. We start with the stem. Then we add the conjugation indicator. Then we add the tense indicator and then the personal ending. Okay, so what's the conjugation indicator for present tense? William?
Is it A?
Yes, very
After
good.
personal ending, you'd write NE if it was a question, right?
Right. And so what's the conjugation indicator for imperfect tense? Kendall? Right, very good, ba, B-A, ba. What's the conjugation indicator for future tense? Shiloh. Remember, we had a nice, cute little song to go with that one.
Are these conjugation indicators or tense indicators?
Oh, no, you're right. Conjugation indicators. No, the conjugation indicator for, thank you, William, for first conjugation would be A. For second conjugation would be what? E, very good. And we're not going to look into third and fourth yet. So what about the tense indicators? Okay, so for present, what was the tense indicator for present? Grant.
The tense indicator for present?
That's a trick question, sort of. There isn't one,
Yeah.
right? There isn't one. Present tense is the only one that does not have a tense indicator. So if you see a verb without a tense indicator, then you automatically know that it's present tense. That was a trick question, Grant. I had to stump you with that one. How about for imperfect tense? What's the tense indicator for imperfect tense? I think Kendall gave us that one. Kendall. Kendall.
Sorry, what's the question?
What's the tense indicator for imperfect tense? Right, very good. And what is the tense indicator, Shiloh, for future tense?
Is it B or BI?
Right, so with b, right? Or I think I said bubba, because it's just a B. So here is what that all looks like. No tense indicator, right? So it's denoted by the different colors. There's our stem, there's our conjugation indicator, there's our personal ending. There is no tense indicator for present tense. And that translates in English, I praise, you praise, he, she, it praises, we praise, you all praise if you're down south, or you praise if you're in the north, and they praise. And so for second conjugation, we see here now, there's our stem, and our conjugation indicator is E. And then,
First conjugation present tense.
oh yeah, because we're in present tense. No tense indicator. And then here's how it translates in English. So for imperfect tense, it's the first time that we will see the tense indicator. So here we have our conjugation indicator, still our A. Right now, we see our equation in full. BA is our tense indicator. And then there are our personal endings. And there's the English translation. Second conjugation. Here is our conjugation indicator. Here is our tense indicator. See how it's always the same? Here are our personal endings. So what differentiates the first conjugation imperfect from second conjugation imperfect? William?
Is it the conjugation indicator?
That's right. So as long as we know that, then we should be able to conjugate any verb, as long as we know what conjugation that it belongs to. At least for first and second. It gets a little bit different for third and fourth, not too much, but a little bit different. And then the same for the English translations. Now looking at future, here's our conjugation indicator, our tense indicator, our personal ending. Same for second. Our conjugation indicator, tense, personal ending. I think I put this picture in the classroom for you guys, right? I thought I did. I thought I put this picture for you with the color code so that you could like really see it. Okay, what is that? What is a noun?
A person, place, thing, activity, or idea.
Oh, thank you, Fran. And you put a little tune to it. You know, I love that. Okay, so yes, a noun is a person, place, thing, activity, or idea. Now, how about if I add this in front of it? Now, what is it? Kendall.
A different type of word.
Looking at it now.
Okay, it is a different type of word. What is the word?
Pronoun.
Pronoun. Okay, and what is a pronoun, William?
A pronoun replaces a noun in order to avoid repetition. I feel pronouns are kind of more general words, like he threw the ball versus John threw the ball.
Right,
They're kind of more general.
right. They are more general. And so very good. Thank you for that definition too, William. So it would get pretty repetitive if we always use the proper nouns or the nouns themselves when we're kind of writing sentences about one subject, right? So here's an example. Tom would represent, the pronoun for Tom would be he. The pronoun for Lisa would be she. The pronoun for Spot would be it. I was trying to remember the name of our dog last year in Essentials. Does anybody remember what his name was?
Miss Jamia,
Yes.
but don't dogs have gender? So wouldn't they be a he or she?
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, look at all my dog lovers. Okay, yes, they would. They would. He or she, Spot. How about if I have Rock? Would that be better? Although, see, I told you about the pet Rock last week, right? So if your pet Rock has a gender, that could have a pronoun also. But for the most part, how about if I say desk or grass? Because some people name their cars. Do you guys name your cars? So my kids have named our cars. So the car we have now is, I think it's a boy, and his name is, I don't remember, but the car we had before that was a girl. I don't know how they come up with that, but okay. So the way now that we see how repetitive it can get if you don't use pronouns, Miss Jamia is a challenge A director. Miss Jamia is now going to teach you Latin. Miss Jamia is going to show you how to use pronouns. Miss Jamia wants you to pay attention. What if we wrote a paragraph like that? What do you think our audience would think?
They would love it.
Would they?
They would probably be bored.
Yes, they probably would be bored, right? For a number of reasons, not just because we said Miss Jamia, Miss Jamia, Miss Jamia, but we have to sprinkle in also some other types of sentence openers that we learned from Essentials and things, right? Okay, very good. So this should look familiar to you. We've been using this ever since we've been introduced to Latin verbs. And we know that the pronouns are worked into the verbs, right? That's how we kind of can determine and start to translate our verbs and sentences. If our sentence does not have a nominative subject, right? We can go ahead and see what the subject would be with the verb. So O represents what? When we talk about person, what are we talking about? Like, what is it? What does that mean when you say, what person? What does that mean? Daniel, what does it mean when we're talking about the person? Think about how we use these words in English and see if you can tell me what we mean by person.
Like I, you.
Right, so what do I mean when I say person?
Huh?
What does it mean, person, when you're using person? What does that mean?
Like by itself? By itself?
Okay, not quite. Does anyone else want to give it a try? A definition for person. How would we define that if someone was asking you, so what is person? Shiloh? What is
I guess like who you're talking about, or like, yeah.
Very good. So it really would be who you're talking to or about, right? So if I were to use the pronoun I would be talking about myself. So that would be first person, I or me, right? It should be I or me. That means that I'm talking about myself. I'm included in that. Or if I'm talking about you now, you would be second person. He, she, or it would be someone else. So it wouldn't be me, it wouldn't be the person I'm directly talking to, but it would be someone else. And you could always replace that with also another noun. So if we were to say Michael Jackson, if you were talking about Michael Jackson, it would be third person, he, she, or it, or whatever noun that the pronoun represents, which is called the antecedent. And then it also comes in plural, right? So we, now I'm still included in that. So it's first person, now it's plural. You, second person, you all in the South. In the North, it's still you or yous. I think I've heard people say yous to try to represent second person, plural. And then they now would be someone else, plural, third person. So we need to understand this in order to understand just pronouns in general. We need to understand how they are categorized in these different groups of first, second, or third person. So in English, we have several groups that you guys had to memorize for foundations memory work. And so what were some of those groups? You remember some of the pronoun groups, William?
Reflexive pronouns, myself, yourself, himself, herself, itself, ourselves, yourself, themself.
Very good. Does anyone else remember just the group name? Remember any of the group names, Kendall?
Nominative.
Okay, very good. Any more? William?
Objective.
Okay, objective. Tally, you remember any?
Um,
On the screen?
Indefinite.
Very good. All my memory masters up here. When you were rattling these things out just last year or the year before, whatever cycle that was, all of these different pronouns, this is how they all can come, right? In English, but guess what? They can come like this in Latin too. So once we understand them in English, it makes it easier now for us to understand them in Latin. Okay, so we're reminded that this here is our person list, right? Our personal pronouns in Latin. When we attach these to verbs, then we know that it's built into the verb. And then this is what it represents in English. And this is the person that it represents. Okay, so here is what that looks like. Vidette means he, she, or it sees. Our stem is VIDE, right? And that means to see. It comes from the verb videre, videre. I'm gonna get these pronunciations at some point. And so now when we want the third person singular pronoun, we add the ending of T, and that translates to he, she, or it sees. And again, with Oramus, MUS represents we, right up here. And then here's our stem. And it means we are praying. But sometimes it's necessary for us to use a personal pronoun that's separate from the verb. So let's see what that looks like in English. So in English, did I see you at the park yesterday? So now we see that this pronoun I is built into the verb see for Latin, right? But now I need another pronoun that represents you. So I have to use a pronoun that now is going to be separate from my verb. The same instance with this in English. I will go would be one verb in Latin. And then now I would need them to be represented as another pronoun. And they carry the same roles just like they do in nouns. So remember how we have to figure out in our sentences, what are the nine roles that nouns can play? Who remembers that? Our Spider-Pona. Who remembers what that acronym stood for? Simon, you drew me that beautiful picture. What does Spider-Pona represent? What do they stand for?
Stands for subject, noun, possessive noun, indirect object, direct object, object of preposition, predicate, nominative, object, complement, noun,
What's the last one?
and then
The
adjective, a positive, sorry.
positive. Very good. Very good.
Remember noun of directed address.
Oh, yes. Did he not say that one? Right. And the noun of directed address. Very good. So just like nouns, pronouns can play those same roles. So we have to determine in the sentence what role it's playing in order to now know which pronoun to use. So the cool thing about English is that we kind of know we only have I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they, right? But you know, it's a little bit more in Latin. And so now also another reason that you would use a pronoun is to show emphasis. So sometimes you'll see in English, I am not in danger, nor are my fellow soldiers. So this, I am, how do we say that in Latin? How do we say I am in Latin?
Soon.
Right, you say soon. But now sometimes you will see, you'll see soon and a pronoun to show emphasis. So ego, ego, I think Duolingo says it ego. Ego now means I, that is my pronoun. Soon means I am, right? What is non? Who remembers what non is?
Not.
Right, that's our adverb for not. So this means I am not in danger, and this was used for emphasis sake. So does this look scary? It shouldn't. Does it look scary? I know you guys can read this. You're like, oh my goodness, look at that, it's another chart. But if we look at it closely, we can read this chart and we can understand what it means, right? So what are these cases right here? What are these cases, Kendall?
Nominative, genitive, dative, accusative, and ablative.
Very good. And what are these in the parentheses, Eden? Eden, what are these in the parentheses? What do they mean?
I don't know.
Grant?
Subject, possessive, indirect object, direct object, object of the preposition.
Very good. So these are the roles that they play, right? You almost can see the Spido, just Pona is missing, right? You see Spido? You see that? So we know that acronym already. We're just missing Pona. And we'll see those later when you add the other cases on. So now you have your singular and plural for first and second person. So there's also the third person, and that's a little different. So that's why we'll introduce that separately. First and second person is kind of like our adjectives. Remember how we had two groups of adjectives? So we also have our two groups of pronouns. And they're played out the same way that we would now translate them if they were nouns. So here, this is when it's playing the subject for singular and plural. So Shiloh, what if I needed a pronoun that was playing the object of the preposition and I needed it to be singular plural? Which one would I use?
Wait, can you say it again?
If I needed a pronoun that was the object of the preposition and I needed it to be singular plural, which one would it be?
How can it be singular and plural?
I'm sorry,
Yeah, that's what.
singular second person, I'm sorry. Singular
Oh, okay.
second person.
Would it be te or te?
Right, it would be this one, right? So it's singular, it's the ablative, the object of the preposition, and it's the second person pronoun. Very good. What about if I needed a pronoun that showed possession and it was first person singular? Which one would I use? Grant?
Me?
Right, me, which means of me or myself. What are these self pronouns, William? Myself, yourself. What kind of pronouns were those?
The reflexive.
Right, reflexive. So do you see how all of those things that we learned in essentials, you can see how they translate in Latin because now we know what they mean, right? So you know that for the plural, that this can be translated as of me or myself. That would mean the same thing. I guess it would just be whatever sounds best when you translate it in English. Okay, so this chart might look a little scary, but you guys can read this because we've already been familiar with this from the nouns, right? And so these are some extra rules. I'm going to put this chart in the classroom for you guys to have. These are some exceptions. We always have those exceptions. Remember about pro, the preposition pro, and the rule about that. And then nostri and vestri, they're only used as objective genitives. And these are your rules for that. And they'll give you examples in your rule book. And so another thing that Latin does is sometimes it will combine a word. Instead of having it separate, it will combine it to make it one word. So like this word here, mecum, we're going to look at an example of that in a minute. The first person pronoun operative singular. So this means with me. But usually you would see the pronoun and then cum, right? You would see it separate as two different words, right? That's how we would think we would see it if we were to now use what we've learned about pronouns. But in some cases, Latin will combine this to mean one word. And so you'll see the pronoun and then you'll see the word with, cum. And we'll see an example of that in a minute. I have an example to show you of that. So let's see what this looks like in action. So here's what we've been learning so far, right? Sum, magister, latine. What is latine? What conjugation is latine? William?
It's first conjugation.
Right. First conjugation or first declension. I mean, we're talking about nouns, right? First declension, sorry about that. And so what part of speech is latine here? We did our question confirmation. What part of speech is that? What is sum?
I am.
Right, it's I am. So we know that our subject is built into sum, right?
I am a master in Latin.
Thank you, Russell. Very good. So what role is Latine playing here? What part of speech? Or not part of speech, what role from our Spidopona?
It's genitive, right? It's genitive singular.
In English, it would be if we were to question, confirm this, what would Latine be?
Is it possessive?
Let's see it in English. I am a Latin teacher. So what is it playing in English? What part of speech? Is it describing something? What is it describing? Kendall?
Is it a predicate nominative?
It is a predicate nominative, or what Latin in this case would be what part of speech? It's describing teacher, right? It's describing what kind of teacher, answers the question, what kind? So yes, it is a predicate nominative with teacher being our PN, right? But Latin here in this case is an adjective, right? Describing teacher. So yes, very good. This is a predicate nominative. So in this case, we don't have a separate pronoun, right? So now say we want to have a pronoun for emphasis. It would be ego sum magister latine. Oh, I'm missing my period, my end mark.
What do you mean by for emphasis?
So for emphasis sake, it just means that we already know that sum represents I am, right? That already represents I am. So now if you see the pronoun on top of that, you're not going to say I am, right? You wouldn't say that in English. So for emphasis sake, to let you know that it's I am, in Latin, they'll use a pronoun with the verb. So let's try this one. Pater videt me et te. So which ones are our pronouns?
No one's father and C.
Right, so this is father, and this means what? Our pronoun is built into this. So what?
Father, I'm seeing.
Okay, father, see. But what, we didn't have father here, what would this break down to be?
What?
What does the T tell us?
He sees.
Very good. He sees, Russell. Very good. So this would tell us he sees. So it tells us that it's third person singular, but we already have a subject here. So then we know that we don't have to include the pronoun within the translation, right? So, and we know that the verb has to match the noun in number. So then we have our third person singular noun. So what is this? Me and T or te. I don't know how you say those. But what are these? I thought I was showing the little chart. Maybe on the next slide I'm showing. What is me and T? Me and T.
Me and you, or myself and yourself. So the Father sees me and you.
Very good. So what is me and you, me, you? What role are they playing in the sentence?
Pronoun.
Yes, they are pronouns. So when I ask what role, I'm looking for things like subject,
Direct object.
verb, indirect objects.
Are they playing direct object?
Right. So it's a combination, right? It's a dual direct object because we have, what does X translate into?
And
Right, and. So then I have a double direct object here. So in this case, my pronouns are direct objects. And what person are they? Me and you. What person is me? What person is me?
first person,
First person. And what person is you?
first or second if you live in the north.
Well, it wouldn't be first, but it could be second, right? And we don't know if it's singular or plural, right? You is gonna always be second person. So we don't know for certain if it's singular or plural, but I think in this case, they just chose singular. And so, yes, the translation is dad sees, or my father sees me and you. So remember I was telling you before about whom and me when we see those together in Latin. So the way, if we were to follow the rules that we know about pronouns now, this is how we think we would see it. With, right, cum, and then me. It's two separate words, but Latin combines them. So you see here, it's reversed. Do you see the difference? They reversed it and made it one word. So that's just something that you're gonna have to memorize and know. When you see me cum, it means with me. They've combined it and reversed it together. So here, this means come with me. And so how about this one? Vos estis amici boni. So here we have vos. What role in the sentence is vos playing? So is it the subject, the possessive,
Is it playing the subject?
right, so it's playing the subject. So if we went back to our chart, we would see that vos, what is vos? What person and what number is vos? William?
Second person plural.
Right, second person plural. I thought I put this chart on my sentences. Okay, and so what's estis? Grant, what is estis?
S is is it hold on. Is it you are plural?
Right, so you all are, or you are plural. Remember, these have to match. The subject has to match with the verb. And what is amici? Kendall?
Friend,
Right, friend. And then what is boni? Tally.
Good.
And what is it? What part of speech is boni?
Miss Mia,
Yeah,
can I go to your restroom, please?
yes. What part of speech is boni? What are our 8 parts of speech? 8 parts of speech. 8 parts of speech. Woo! What are they? Nouns.
Pronoun.
Verb, adverb, conjunction, interjection, preposition, adjective.
Good job, Russell. So what is boni? It answers the question, what kind of friend?
Good.
Right, what part of speech is boni?
An adjective.
Very good. It answers the question, what kind of friend, right? And what is our rule about adjectives? our placement rule about adjectives.
If it describes quantity, it goes before. Quality, it goes after.
Very good.
A
So,
sentence doesn't, so the sentence doesn't really make sense. It says you are. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry.
you probably should say, I should
Oh,
remove this.
I mean, you are a good friends. That
Right.
doesn't-
This A should be removed. You are good friends. So now do you see how the pronouns are used in this? Yeah, there's the chart. I knew it was there somewhere. I did that reverse. We were supposed to have the chart up the whole time. Okay, so we are right at our time here. I actually had a practice thing for you guys to do. I'm gonna put this in the classroom if you want to practice it. I know you guys should have been working on pronouns now in your workspace, right? You're working on pronouns. Okay, well, you'll be introduced to them very soon. So this is the preview of what they look like.
About 2 weeks ago, we were kind of introduced. We were supposed to copy some charts to learn them.
Right. So now you'll start to see them in your translations. You'll start to see them. So I will put this chart in the classroom if you find it helpful. I've been using it to do my translations and I found it helpful. So I'll put it in there for you. And if you want to practice, I'll put these 2 sentences in for you so that you can see if you can get them right. I'll probably go over them next week as review. So if you want to do them ahead of time to see if you were able to decline the noun, conjugate the verb, and figure out what that of you is in the second one, right? How to remember how to break down the sentence when you're parsing out the sentences, and see when we come together next week, we'll go through this together next week when we review. Okay? All right, so I think the request was to go through cartography now, right?
Did you do 4 facts and a lie?
Perhaps I did, perhaps. Okay, let me get to it. Cartography.
Can we break for lunch early since we get through cartography usually pretty fast?
If we get through it, yes. If we don't, then no. Let's see. I see you guys are strategizing now. If we do cartography before lunch, then we might be able to get out a little early and get a little bit of extra lunch. Okay. So how is Asia coming for everybody? Is it working together? Do you guys like when you get this much time to work on one territory? It gives you more time to kind of bring it all together, I think. Okay, so this is our last week before next week. Now you're going to be working on putting it all together and doing all of them together. And then when you come back to me next week is when we'll do our assessment. So I'm not sure yet. I might either test you on the capitals and territories, or I might have you filling in a map. Haven't quite started yet.
Can we have the whole hour if we're gonna do a map?
Yes, you may have the whole hour. We always need to work in a little bit of review in the beginning, maybe 10, 15 minutes. And then the rest of it, I would give you to fill in the map with the features and the capitals and the territories. So today we're going to introduce or talk about Southeast Asia. Oh yeah, we have a quiz first. Let's see. On what you did last week, that's what the quiz is on. It's just on that. Forgot about it. Oops. No, don't look.
So are we supposed to close our eyes?
No, let me just go to this link. So this is going to be kind of an out loud quiz. I'm just gonna call on you. Okay. So you're gonna see the map with the territory here. This is what you worked on last week. And I will just take volunteers. Make it where I can see everybody. Hold on. Okay, so you see your map, right? And I know this one had a lot of little countries on it. So, okay, Kendall, what territory is that we're looking at?
It looks like Poland. I see Europe.
Oh, there we go. Yes, very good. Oh, wait a minute, this is not right.
This is Europe.
This is not right. Okay, so we can't. This is not right.
Is there one for Asia? That's
Oh. Okay, so then we're not doing a quiz today. I'm sorry, you guys. I thought this was gonna be good. I was like, oh, they'll see it. Okay. My apologies.
That shortens our time considerably. Early break. Yes.
Oh, yes, it does. It does. It does. Okay, let's turn to page 118 in your book. Oh man, I'm so sad about that. I'll put it in the chat if you want to practice all of them. I think I found one that was like 100 and I don't know how many territories there are total for all of them, but it was for all of Asia and it showed it to you just like that with that country highlighted. I'll put it in the classroom. You guys can play around and do that and see if you can, how you do with it.
I'm pretty sure there are about 48 countries in Asia.
Okay.
Miss
I just
Miss Jamia, what did you say
all
the
of
page was?
I'm sorry, Daniel, 118.
The page, I was asking for the page, but I said.
Okay, 118. So as a review for all of them, for everything we've done, Canada, US, I will put each one where you can see that and you guys can quiz that way too for all the territories to see if you can just recognize them on the map.
Miss Jamia, can I please go to the bathroom?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are looking at Southeast Asia. And so what do you notice about this that's different than, say, the one you did last week? Kendall?
A large portion of it is islands.
Yeah, all these little details of islands. So it consists of 11 countries that reach from Eastern India to China and is generally divided into what's called a mainland and then island zones. And the mainland is Burma, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. And then it's actually an extension of the Asian continent. So when we get into the culture and inclusion, it's interesting with the food. I was looking at the food and I think I've definitely had Thai food and I feel like I've had Vietnamese food before too, but me as an American, I don't know that I really noticed the difference between them because the spices seem the same. And then a lot of the ingredients seem the same. But it's interesting of what I was reading about cuisine in these different parts and how they are very different. So how do you think Southeastern Asia now compares to We did Eastern Asia last week. How about Western Asia? Or Central Asia? How about in size? How does it compare in size? Western is on 94. How does it compare? Are you in your book, Simon?
Takes up around the same area of land, kind of, maybe I think a little more, but a lot of that's ocean compared to Western Asia, which has mainland and deserts a lot.
Right, do you think it's gonna be easy or hard to draw all those little islands?
Hard.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't think I always draw the tiny islands.
Mhm. Some of them have some really tiny parts to it, right? Yeah. Okay. So what do you know about Southeastern Asia? What do you already know about it? Looking at those areas that are there.
Indonesia has many islands.
Okay, sure does. How about Papua New Guinea? What do you notice about that?
That's part of Oceania, isn't it?
Well, it looks like it's divided. One part is considered part of Asia, and then another part may be considered a part of.
I think that half of it is Indonesia and half of it is Papua New Guinea, kind of like with the Dominican Republic and Haiti.
Okay.
Half of it is part of Indonesia.
Right. So what I'm saying is that that whole island, we see that it's divided in two. So that would mean ownership would be different on one side than the other. How do you think that translates in real life when you get to the line?
It would probably be hard to get across, kind of like a border wall, maybe.
Yeah, I'd imagine there's probably some kind of border. I don't know if you need passports to go back and forth. If it's like our states where we don't need passports to go from state to state, but to go from country to country, we do.
But they are two different countries, so
Right.
maybe they're on friendly terms and you don't need them.
Yeah, hopefully they are. Do you think that it's possible that they do share some cultural things though, since they are one? They are one. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know kind of at what point did they separate in terms of ownership and how that affected the culture.
And what about the natives? Are they allowed to cross the border whenever they want?
Yeah, I don't know. That's something good to learn to see if that's the case. So do you think, when you think about the people that live here, do you think that it's all kind of one kind of homogeneous type of people, or do you think that it's going to be diverse in all types of things, the way the people look, the way the people eat? What do you think it would be? Think it'd be more common, or think it'd be like more diverse?
It depends on where you are. You mean like all through Southeastern Asia?
Right. So you have Malaysia and Indonesia. Do you think that they would be similar? Like, do you think that they would possess certain characteristics? Phenotypically just means the way that a person looks, right? Do you think that they would possess certain characteristics phenotypically that you would say, oh, you're from Malaysia. Oh, you're from Indonesia. Do you think? Oh, you're from the Philippines.
Probably a little bit.
Okay, you think they'd be subtle, or you think they'd be like very noticeable?
You mean the differences?
Differences.
It depends on what culture you're from. If you're from America and you haven't really been there, it would probably be subtle. But then if you're from there, there'd probably be big differences that you could notice.
Okay. Because how do we know in the States if you're from the North or the South?
The way you talk.
Right. The way we speak, right? You all versus y'all versus just you. That's three different things, and it just depends. And I'll tell you, when I think I mentioned this before, in South Africa, for some reason, whenever I had to go to castings and they wanted an American accent, for some reason they always thought an American accent was the accent of like a cowboy. And so when I would just come and speak, and they're saying, but no, we want an American accent. And I said, well, I'm American. Like, what kind of accent are you looking for? And so then someone had to do an American accent to show me what they meant. And I said, oh, all Americans don't speak that way. And he spoke kind of like a cowboy. So maybe based on some TV shows or something that they've seen before, they thought that all Americans spoke with a cowboy accent. It was hilarious. I mean, I can't tell you, I was just on the floor laughing so hard, because then I had to explain to them, like, then you have accents from the North, you have accents from the South, but then you have New York accents, which are very different than like Jersey accents or Chicago or even Baltimore. I don't know if anyone's ever heard like a person from Baltimore and then like a person.
Yes, I have. It's very funny.
Right. It's just that the accents are different. So trying to explain that to someone who is not familiar with the culture of America, it was just quite funny, because they've lumped us all into one accent. I said, oh no, I'm sorry, everyone doesn't speak that way. Okay, so Southeast Asia is one of the most diverse regions. Did you think that? Out of all of the regions all over the world, Southeast Asia is supposed to be like up there in the top 3. And look at this, with more than 100 ethnic groups and 655 million people speaking more than 1,000 languages and dialects. That's a lot.
It's a lot of the native tribes that have different dialects, right? And different ethnic groups.
Yep, and we're gonna kind of look at some of those and compare it to the US. What in the world? Okay, I don't know what happened there. There you go, William. I was thinking of you and Eden. Eden, you like my my emoji? That's a new one. So now I'm always on the hunt for new emojis just for Eden. Okay, I was supposed to give them to you one at a time. You guys see, Mr. Me is off today. This week was a little bit crazy. Okay, so let me get a reader for number 1. 4 facts and a lie. Kendall.
As the world's largest archipelago, the Philippines is made up of over 7,000 islands and hundreds of volcanoes.
Okay, very good. Number 2. Callie, can you read number 2 for us, please?
Thailand, once known as Siam, is the only country in Southeast Asia that has never been colonized under a European power.
Okay, very good. And Simon, can you read number 3?
While tan skin is preferred in the West, having a tan in Vietnam signifies a laborer that works outdoors. Preferring pale skin, they often cover up well in the sun and invest in skin lightening products such as the #1 beauty product of this area and many others.
Okay, number 4, Shiloh.
Over 700 languages spoken throughout Indonesia, and over 87% of Indonesians are Muslim.
And number 5, Russell, can you read number 5?
Cambodia has far more young people than old. One of the reasons that Khmer Rouge, a Cambodian Communist Party, killed a large portion of the population, nearly 2 million, That's intense. During their rule from 1975 to 1979, half of the total population of Cambodia are children below the age of 15. 60% of the population is younger than 30.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Which one is my lie?
5.
Number 5. Number 3.
4.
1.
Probably 4. That's
4.
so they.
What do you say, Daniel? What's my lie, Jordan?
Wait, actually, it's 5. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Jordan says 5. What do you say, Daniel? Jordan says 1. Howie, what'd you say? 4. And the winner is number 1 is my lie.
It's a lie because the world's largest archipelago is in Hawaii.
Very good. And that would have been your geography terms. If you,
How many islands does that have?
I don't know. That'd be something good for you to research and tell us next time.
How many people voted number 1?
I think you were the only one that said number 1. I had quite a few for number 5. That's wild, huh? Can you imagine going to a country where half the population is kids?
My dad went to Cambodia.
That's amazing. But I mean, look at why. And that's not that long ago, 1975 to 1979. That's not that long ago where, this happened. And it's interesting, number 3. So the number 1 beauty product in the world, what do you think it would be? In the world, not just in Southeast Asia.
Some kind of skin product.
Some kind of, yes. What skin
Sunscreen.
Number 3. What kind of skin product is in number 3?
Sunscreen or makeup or something dumb like that.
Not quite. It's mentioned number 3. What kind of skin product?
Would it be some kind of lotion that would make your skin lighter?
Yes. So the number 1 beauty product in the world would be a skin lightener. And almost any area in Japan, in China, in the islands of Jamaica, in Africa. It's unfortunate, but why do you think that could be? It gives us a little insight in number 3. What did they think about people that had darker skin? In number 3.
They were essentially blue collar workers, so they probably weren't as much. So having lighter skin was a sign of wealth.
Right. So darker skin was associated with poverty for those in Southeast Asia. And so when we look at just the history of people with brown skin, it seemed to have been negative in a lot of different ways, whether it resulted in it meaning wealth or it meaning something else that people attributed to people with brown skin. Now it would make sense why the number 1 beauty product in the world would be some kind of skin lightening cream. It can come in a cream, it can come in foundations, it comes in lotions. I mean, you name it, it comes in serums. It's amazing. It's the number 1 in the world, not just in this area, it's everywhere. So these are our 4 facts and a lie. I'll probably keep this emoji hanging around for a little while. I like him. I found him. He never showed up before, so it kind of fits with our 5 years.
Wait, is the world's largest archipelago in Hawaii? I think
I
we
think that might be right.
learned that as one of the cartography things.
Yeah, that would have been, because they are in alphabetical order, so that would have been in your A's, right? So Indonesia is the
How many
world's
slides are left?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. So it has it is the world's largest archipelago. However, the number of islands is false. So it's 17,000 islands, not 7,000.
Mr. Mia.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Simon. When we're
Didn't
done,
it say it was
No,
7,000?
how many slides are left?
I just said I'm not sure. When we're done, we'll be done. Okay.
Mr. Mia,
Yeah.
you know what country that is in?
Oh man, you weren't supposed to see that yet. We'll talk about that in a minute, okay, Jordan?
Okay.
Yes, Grant.
Can I use the restroom?
Yes, you may. Charlotte, did you have a question?
Didn't it say in the 4 facts of the lie that it was like 7,000 or more, not necessarily 7,000?
I think it just said 7,000 and hundreds of volcanoes. So there's actually 17,000. Good thing you guys don't have to draw all of those, huh? You have enough paper to draw 17,000 islands? Oh, I'm so sorry that popped up first. Okay, so remember I've added this culture and diversity and inclusion slide because it's always cool to learn about the differences of the nations that are around us. And we can learn through so many things, right? Through architecture, through language, through food. And so this region, remember I was saying it was in the top 3 for diversity. So Southeast Asia's mountains kept groups of people apart from one another. And as a result, each group developed its own way of life. That's one of the reasons why it's so diverse. Remember, we talked about borders before and how the world has natural borders. And so when you have a group of people in these areas that are separated from these borders, automatically they'll start to do things that kind of make them, right? That's unique to them in all of these different groups. And so when outside influences came to Southeast Asia, many of them had come from India and China. So now if you have these groups that already had whatever culture that they were having uniquely to themselves, and then you have people migrate there, and now you mix and assimilate and you take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and now you almost have a new culture, right? So I thought that was pretty cool to share. And so look at this, you guys, look at this. So in the United States, I found this graphic. I thought this was so fascinating. So in the US, our ethnic groups are 66% non-Latino. So this would be white Americans that Latino people don't fit into that group. 13% African Americans, 15% Latin Americans, 4% Asian, and then 3% others. So that would be probably some immigrants that migrated from different parts of the world and lived there, right? But now look at Southeast Asia. They have more ethnic diversity from East Asia because a lot of them have migrated over. So you have your Indonesians, and then you have your Indonesian islands. They have more than 300. Do you see that? 300 ethnic groups. 300, just that one alone, Indonesia alone surpasses the United States in their ethnicity. Then you have the Malays, that they're from Malaysia, the Burmans, the Vietnamese, the Laotians maybe, the Thais, and then the Chinese. All of that. Like for me, that was surprising. I wouldn't have thought they had as much diversity as even like America. I thought with America being a melting pot, right? People migrate to America. But no, look at that. Just in Indonesia alone, over 300 groups. Now, where do you think these beautiful children are from? If you saw this picture, where would you think they're from?
Maybe someplace in Africa.
Okay, based on the surrounding, maybe.
Looks kind of like Kansas a little bit.
Okay, Kansas.
Well, I don't know where they're located in, but like where they originated in, like a long time ago.
Right. What about their features, their facial features? Look at their eyes. Can you see it? Do their eyes kind of give you any?
Are they Asian?
Perhaps. They're from the Philippines. Born and raised from the Philippines.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Kind of.
How so, Simon?
Because my sister's friend's mom is from the Philippines.
Okay.
So.
And Philippines come in all shades. You know, from I guess pretty dark until pretty light. They come in all shades, and I think until we start to travel outside of the US, we already kind of have a certain picture that we have in our mind when we think of kind of the category of Asian or the category of even Australian or African. We have a certain way that we think because of our experiences of TV or books that we've read or things that we've been exposed to. But now when we really go out in the world and we see it, it's just like, oh, it's nothing at all like I thought. Nothing at all. Most Filipino people that I know, I don't think I've ever met a Filipino person that was this dark. I don't think I ever have. Has anyone? No, and I often would confuse Hawaiians with Filipino because they share some of the same phenotypical characteristics in their faces. So to me, they look a little similar. So I often would confuse them. And this was my favorite part. Right before lunch. You guys hungry already? I know you are. So let me get a reader for this text right here. Go ahead, Shiloh.
It is common knowledge that food culture in Vietnam is under profound Chinese and French influences, but over the centuries, Vietnamese has preferred the
Oh, that should be cuisine. Sorry.
oh, okay, cuisine to a point that it has become their own. Pho and rice are only the introductions to a huge book of Vietnamese culinary delights. Each province has its own culture flavor.
Okay, thank you, Shiloh. So one of the things that Mr. Mia does in the summers is it was me and a group of other homeschool moms that started a camp called Kids and Culture. And so what we do is we study a day in the life of a child in different parts of the world. And so we study the food. We usually would have cooking classes to taste some of the authentic food from that area. We study the language. We study some of the indigenous people of that land. What's indigenous? What does that term mean? William?
Native, I think. Would you say that America has its own culinary delights? Because I feel like they don't have the same sense that some of the other places.
Cheeseburgers and ham and steak. No.
Those are our staples.
And the perfected pizza. If you've ever been to Italy,
French fries, which they stole from the French.
Okay, I'm sorry. What'd you say, Simon?
Also pizza. Believe it or not, the Italian pizza is not very good. It's not like pizza-y.
Italian pizza is the best, actually.
And that might just be our special opinions, right?
I've been to Italy.
Does it have
not
mozzarella and better?
It does. It's weirder.
And all sorts of spices.
Yeah, usually whatever we kind of in America, whatever we kind of remake it into is not like completely how they do it in the original country.
Give it our own touch.
Yeah, we put our own spin to it. We remix it, right? We remix it, I think, for flavor and maybe even for time, the time that we put into cooking it. But what are some things that are kind of uniquely American that you probably can't go somewhere else and get it? We already said cheeseburgers. What else?
Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets.
Everything that has to do with junk food.
Yes. Doritos, all of that
Hot
stuff. All of
dogs.
the stuff that is very yummy. It's
No, I
usually
mean all the stuff that's just junk.
yes.
Hamburgers, cheese, everything greased up is American.
Okay.
Are certainly a lot different than like Vietnamese culinary delights in their looks and probably in their taste.
Even in our seasonings, we're different in the way that we season food, right? Well, Tally, I know you've been to London. What was the food like in London? I'll share my experience with you.
Now, I thought you were British.
It was pretty bland.
Yes, I'm like,
Yeah, that's kind of the stereotype, right?
When we went there, we were staying with a friend. We were gonna have fish and chips, and we thought it would actually be tasty, but it tasted like just unseasoned fish and barely cooked French fries.
yes, okay, yeah. So that was my same experience. I found myself carrying adobo because I love adobo, and I would carry seasoned salt in my purse with me when I would go out to eat because they didn't use any seasoning over there. And I was like, nothing, no basil, no garlic, no nothing. Like, I was like, okay, I'll just have to carry my own seasonings with me. But then you look at this on the screen. Oh my goodness. I just love Asian cuisine. It's full of spices, and a lot of times they use a lot of herbs and things in their cooking too. And what do we know about just kind of even the lifespan of people in that area of the world? Do you know anything about the lifespan?
Do they live a little bit longer?
I mean,
Probably something to do with that they live a little bit healthier probably than people in America.
Yeah.
I mean, like not in like Korea.
It's actually way healthy.
Why not in Korea?
Because it's really like secluded. They don't really get a bunch of stuff. And then, I mean, maybe just North Korea. Probably not South Korea.
Okay. Well, what kind of things do you see in this food here? What do you see in it?
Dips and
Lots of like vegetables and green stuff.
Korea, it's kind of healthy in Korea, actually, pretty much.
So you guys said a lot. I think also the quantity, like the size. We think big in America.
I meant North Korea.
Everything is big. We supersize things, right? When you go to other countries and they give you a meal, and you're American, usually you sit down and you're just like,
That's about most of them.
more coming, like, because we're used to just having our plate full of food, but that's not the norm everywhere else. The size portions are smaller, which, what do you think? If we eat more food in America, what do you think that adds to?
the amount of sodium intake.
Yes, Kendall. Obesity. If we're putting in more food, we're having less activity. And if we are now able to compare that to over in Southeast Asia, where they do a lot of farming, they grow their food, there's less preservatives. We see there are a lot more vegetables and things. I mean, if we compare that in terms of the lifespan, then we can see why they probably do live a bit longer than we do over here. We could learn a lot from them, actually, right? I mean, you have generations and generations of people that are living longer over there. Okay, so I want to show you this. What does that look like when you look at it? What do you think it is?
I've seen this before.
What do you think it is?
They look really, really tall necks.
Okay, so do you think that this is just for kind of embellishment, or do you
No, it's for like practice. They look like those aliens in Star Wars with like the really tall necks.
Doesn't it kind of looks Photoshop?
That is not Photoshop, I guarantee. Oh, and Simon, you watch Star Wars, don't you?
That's Star Wars.
So you're talking about the Kaminoans, those little tall.
Yes. Yes.
Who created the clones, basically, out of a Mandalorian named Jango?
After class.
Yes, after class, Russell. Okay. So we're going to watch this little clip. Before we do, where do you think this person is from? I guess that'd be your right, on the right. On your right. Where do you think this person is from?
Maybe like Africa or.
Okay. And where do you think this person is from?
Asia.
Say it again.
Asia.
Asia. Okay. Yes.
I'm kind of just guessing because at the top it says African and Asian.
Okay, let's watch it. I think it's like 3 minutes. I don't. Yeah, it's music.
The collar continues to hurt, but for Padang girls, pain is a requirement of belonging. The long neck look is actually an illusion.
When you wear the rings, it is not your neck that gets longer. It is your shoulders that gets pushed down and lowered.
As the coil grows, its pressure pushes down on the shoulders and chest. The rib cage caves like a squeezed balloon, and the neck appears to rise higher from the collapsed collar. The intentional deformation might seem masochistic to outsiders, but to the Padang, the wang is the signature mark of a tribeswoman. But the extreme practice that identified them as Padang also marked them for persecution in their homeland of Burma, now called Myanmar. In 1962, the military seized control of the country, promising modernization. The new leaders cracked down on tribes deemed primitive, and tribal customs, including the wang, were outlawed.
Is that not a little bit unhealthy?
Mr. Mia? Question. How do they get those on there?
Did you see when they were starting to put it on the lady?
Does their neck grow?
No, they explained that in the video.
The rib cage goes down. Honestly, that's, to me, that would just be like, ugh, what a waste of time. That would be so painful.
That sounds unhealthy.
It really does.
They look like the way that things are on them, they look like little baby giraffes.
Yeah, so what we want to be careful about when we learn about other cultures and traditions in other parts of the world, right now we are saying probably some negative things about this culture that we're basing it on our own experiences, right? And what we consider to be normal in our culture of America. But if you were to go to this tribe, you saw even children had these things around their neck.
They would probably insult you for saying you have short necks.
Right. So what was the purpose? They mentioned in the video, why did they wear these things?
Cultural tradition.
It was a part of their
sense of pride for them.
Say it again, William.
Probably a sense of pride. And if we went there, they might think it's kind of weird that we have things, some of us have things on our teeth that make them straighter.
Right. So what we want to just try to understand by when we get to the culture and diversity portion is that different doesn't necessarily mean bad. It just means different, that they do some things that are different. The food is different, the language is different, some of their cultural traditions that we don't quite understand, they're different. And instead of us now trying to use our experiences to judge whether they're right or wrong, right, which is kind of something that we learn in LTW, we now just look at what they are, not whether they're right or wrong. We just look at the fact of what they are. They're a cultural tradition that these tribes do for certain reasons.
Mr. Mia, there might be a good use for that too, though, because if they were in like a war, nobody would be able to shoot them here.
Yeah, very good.
They
Well,
have armor,
it
neck
also
armor.
made them stand out. Do you remember that part of the video? It made them also stand out because now if you see a group of people with this jewelry around their neck, they're gonna stand out in terms of war. So now they'll be easy prey.
The people that aren't quite as tall, they can see through, they can see a little better because the other people, their shoulders aren't blocking their view. If they're all crowded around something, they could see a little bit better because it's not as blocked of a view for the people that are close for it.
Right.
Do they ever take those things off? Or do they sleep with it?
They do sleep with it. They keep it on for a long time because the purpose is to stretch their necks. That's what that's what they do.
Is it comfortable to sleep like that? If you were in that type of position, would you be comfortable?
It said they took really insane pain. It said it in the video.
Yeah. It probably starts out very painful, but over time they probably get used to it. They probably get used to it. And now do you see at the beginning how you had these two practices in two different parts of the world that were identical? I thought that was fascinating. I didn't even know that they did this in Southeast Asia. I knew that they did it in Africa, but I didn't know that they did it in Southeast Asia. And so you have these practices that are identical. I wanted to go back to this picture because we didn't talk about this. Jordan.
I was just about to ask if that was Asia.
Yeah, so this is Asia. Look at these houses. They're built on stilts. I think they're just beautiful. Do you not think?
I bet if there's like a flood, the houses just flip over and become boats.
Yeah, probably so. I don't know. It made me think about the parable in the Bible about the house that was built on sand and the house that was built on rocks. I don't know why, but I had that picture in my mind in terms of the weather that happens there. Do you think that these homes would be safe from like the hurricanes and things that happen there?
No.
Homes don't look very safe.
I don't think they would be safe. It seems cool to be in them though. Like I would love to visit and stay in one, but not during hurricane season. Right? Okay. Guess what, Simon? Guess what, Simon?
What?
This is my last slide. So I'll let you guys off a little early.
Do we have to show you our best map?
Yes, I would love to see your best map.
Miss Jamia, I think we put it in the classroom. Should we still show it?
You don't have to show it if you don't have it, because I'll look at them in the classroom too.
It's in the other room.
Okay,
I
Eden.
don't have it with me right now, so can I share my screen in classroom?
No, it's already been uploaded. Good job, Grant.
Yes.
Good job, Callie.
I've
So
just-
you guys,
Yeah, this is Southeast.
oh, very good. Very good, Daniel.
I keep drawing it small. I start drawing it big.
Yeah, when you guys do all of Asia, make sure you have a maybe 11 by 17 you might need for
Okay.
size, possibly. But real quick, I took a look at your LTW paper, so you should have
Mr. Mia, this is the whole thing of Asia. This is all of Asia.
Oh, wow. Were you able to get that all on the 8.5 by 11?
This is not the 8.5. This is a tan paper.
Okay.
And this is Southeast Asia that I drew.
Okay, very good. So if you use 11 by 17, see if you can condense it and put it all on one sheet.
I did Asia on one sheet and it's in the classroom. It's colored.
Okay.
That's not your folder. That's
Oh, very good.
Miss Jamia,
Yes, Grant.
can we still have a 30-minute lunch break and end 15 minutes early?
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
No, longer lunch.
I'll see you at 12:30. So you get an extra 15 minutes today. Okay, I'll see you at 12:30.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Bye, Ms. Jamia.
Bye-bye.
I'm still gonna be on the call, but just my camera and my mic's gonna be muted.
Okay. everybody an extra 15 minutes. I expect you to be back on time. Hey, Simon. See, you got your wish. You guys should have been able to have a feast with the extra 15 minutes. Okay, it's 30. Let's see. Here's Rasul. Where is everybody? I'm paying attention to how well you guys come back on time when I give you extra time to take a break. Mr. News paying attention to that. See, yeah.
Can I run downstairs and get something real quick?
Sure.
I've actually made my lunch, but I haven't eaten it yet.
Now you guys didn't know what to do with that all that extra time. Okay, I need everybody on because we have a little pop quiz to take.
I came back on pretty early.
Very good, Russell. Thank you. Can you turn your camera on for me? Are you doing your dual thing today? 2 devices? One for Okay. Just let me see you in one of them. Hey, Callie. I hope you ate something good. Just don't let your bellies be so full that now you're so sleepy that you can't participate in class.
I did use some of my extra time. I walked the dog.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to have to start this quiz without everybody here. Who am I missing? I'm missing Eden. Okay. I'm going to launch this poll, and I want you guys to answer the best way you can remember. You should be able to pick several. All the ones that are in arrangement. Rasul, I need you to come take this poll, please. Okay, I got 3 of you answered. So in the canon of arrangement, what tools fall under arrangement? Think about what that word means in LTW, arrangement. There's 5, so no. Is Daniel and Jordan back on here? They're still sharing advice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so for those of you that are here, I'm gonna stop the poll in like 2 more seconds. Simon, did you answer? Okay, good job. Okay. So what does arrangement mean? The canon of arrangement. What is that? What do we do in the canon of arrangement? William?
Kind of organizing your thoughts from invention and forming them into an outline so that you can later next week for elocution write the paper.
Right, very good. So it's all of the tools that have to do with order, organizing, arranging things, our ideas, right? So would Annie be in arrangement? No. No, Annie wouldn't. We use it to sort, right? We use the Annie to sort, but Annie goes into the invention because that's how we brainstorm ideas. And so what about exordium? Does exordium go into arrangement? Yes, very good. That was one of our first tools that we learned, right? And where does the exordium go? What part of our outline does the exordium go? Kendall.
The top.
Beginning.
Right, what's the beginning called? Remember, our outline is broken into 3 sections. What's Roman numeral 1 called? The title of that section. Kendall?
Introduction.
Yes, the introduction, very good. Okay, so how about our 5 common topics? I see 3 of you chose that for arrangement. Does that go into our arrangement canon? Grant?
I don't think so.
So what are we trying to do when we go through the 5 common topics? When we find those answers, what do we do with that information? William?
We use it for Annie chart and invention, but we don't really use it in arrangement.
Right, so we use that as a tool to come up with more ideas to add to our Annie. So that would be part of the invention process, the canon of invention. That's what to say, brainstorming. Okay, how about the outline? Where does that fall? Is that part of arrangement? Order? Yes, so outline would definitely be, and I only have 3 of you that answered that one as part of arrangement. How about definition? Is that part of the arrangement canon? Shiloh? Definition? Which canon does that fall under? Which canon does definition fall under? So it would either be invention, arrangement, or elocution. What was that part of? We go through definition pretty much in every seminar. It's part of something bigger, right? It's a part of something bigger that we do. What is it a part of? William?
The 5 common topics.
Right, it's a part of the 5 common topics. So the 5 common topics we said was part of which canon? Eden.
I don't know.
5 common topics, you don't know what canon that one went to? We've been doing that one since, is that essay 3? Kendall?
Invention.
Yes, That goes under invention. Remember, that helps us brainstorm ideas to add to our Annie. Remember, whatever tool we're using to add to our Annie, that goes under invention. We think of invent, we're inventing ideas now to add to our Annie. How about circumstance? What does that fall under? Kendall?
A and I.
Right, part of the Annie again, 5 common topics. So the canon that would be invention. How about amplification? What canon does that fall under? Tally.
Can you repeat the question?
What canon does amplification fall under? Invention, arrangement, or elocution?
Elocution.
Not quite. Try again. You have 2 more options. A wild guess.
Arrangement.
Very good. It falls under arrangement. Remember, we end up adding that to our Annie in which section of our outline? Not our Annie, our outline. Where does amplification fall in our outline? You remember?
Sort of.
There are 3 parts to our outline: the introduction, then the what? Got the P. R. E-R-O. E-R-O-O.
Proof.
Yes, our proofs. And then what's our last section?
Conclusion.
Right. So where does amplification fall in our outline?
Introduction.
Not the introduction. Remember, it's who it matters to, why. So it's going to come in where?
The conclusion.
Right, in our conclusion. And then how about antithesis? What canon does antithesis fall under? William.
Miss Jamia.
Isn't it elocution?
That falls under elocution, but my question was, in the guide for week 5, it said, write your own issue using all previous invention topics and the door on the wall. Are you supposed to use the invention topics to write your issue or to help with your outline? Because I use them to help with my outline.
Use all previous invention topics. Remember, for invention, they're talking about the 5 common topics.
Oh, so that's what they're talking about.
Right. So the 5 common topics fall under invention to build your Annie. Because now you're supposed to get to, is it 30? Yeah, you're supposed to be getting to 30 items per column. So when you stretch without the 5 common topics, I don't know if you can come up with 30, but I tend to only be able to come up with like 15, maybe if I push it, 20. But 5 common topics will kind of help you add more to your Annie.
So are you using the 5 common topics to add to your Annie or to make your own issue? I was using it to add to my Annie. Is that okay?
Well, how do we go through finding our issue?
You list 3 characters and 3 things that they do, but I list them, but I don't use the 5 common topics to find.
Right. No, well, that's step 1 of our process, right? Then what's the next step?
You ask a should question.
Right. And then what's the next step?
You change it into a whether statement.
Right. And then what's the next step?
Then you start adding to your Annie.
Right. So your issue is your whether statement, right? And then you use your Annie now to add reasons to your Annie.
Okay, so you use the 5 common topics to add reasons to your Annie.
Right.
Okay.
So all of those breakdowns of the 5 common topics that we learned, remember we first learned the 5 common topics generally, right? And then we went into each one individually up until I think comparison, right? And it looks like I introduced circumstance to you guys earlier than I should have. So you got a preview of that. We have a break week after week 6. So we'll see it again for essay 6. So the cool thing about today and this week is that you guys don't have any new tools to learn. It's a review of everything that we've done so far. So we're redoing essay 5, and I've checked your essay 5s for Secret Garden. I've given you your comments. So some of you didn't have all of your, I think the new thing was division and what was the other thing? It was division.
Antithesis.
Yes, and antithesis. So some of you, I think, forgot antithesis. I think it was a number of you, maybe 3 or 4 of you that did not have antithesis in your Secret Garden essays. So we're doing essay 5 again. So I'll be looking for that in everyone's essay, but let's review. How come it didn't share it?
Has everyone started reading A Gathering of Days yet? So Eden, do you like it?
Shaking your head no.
It's kind of boring.
I started.
Which book are you talking about?
Gathering of Days, the next book. But at least it's
Wait, what was the next book anyway?
Hold on, I'm gonna show it to you.
William, you don't.
Screen?
So far, it's a good book, William.
You're going out, William. I couldn't hear you. What's the next book?
I got through 40 pages.
I'm gonna show you so just give me a minute.
Okay.
So it's a little different format than what we're used to, A Gathering of Days. So here we go. We're talking and writing this paper on A Door in the Wall, right? And so the book that you should be reading now is A Gathering of Days. And it's kind of written in a journal format. So yes, Grant.
Are we going to share our Annies today?
Yes, you are. Okay, so this is named that exordium. We're gonna review arrangement. So it looks like we need a little bit more practice on remembering what tools go where. Because I promise you, if you guys can nail this process down, oh my goodness, it's gonna help your writing tremendously, tremendously. For anybody that was able, I think Simon was the only one that was on the call last night. What the college students shared was how much LTW helped them write their college essays to get into school, and how now that they're in college, how they have to write so many papers. But when you have a process already that you just know, you're gonna be able to knock out those papers so quickly. You might find yourself having a job tutoring some of your classmates because they need a better method to knock these papers out as thorough and in the amount of time that you guys do. So, okay, first one, imagine that you can't walk without crutches and you're the only one able to go for help. What kind of exordium is that? What are our choices first before you answer? Tell me, what are our choices?
A challenge, is that's what it is, right? A question and a quote.
Right, very good. So what's this one? Kendall?
A challenge.
Yes, imagine. What do you think that paper would be about, or that speech, or what do you think it might be about? Would that grab your attention? Yeah, I think so. Okay, how about this one? 30%, 30 to 60% of the population, I should say in Europe died from the plague. And that's not right. 1350. That's
Isn't,
say 1350.
isn't this one of the extra ones that you can choose, but you're not required to list?
Right. What is that one, William?
Statistic.
Right, that's a statistic. When do you think it would be beneficial to use a stat?
Mr. Mia, it says Europe. What does that mean?
I know, I just read the way that it should be. So I think that you guys like go in and out with listening to Mr. Mia sometimes. That's okay. I do notice that, because then I'll ask you a question and you'll say, what'd you say? But I did just correct it. Thank you for that, Simon. Okay, when do you think it would be beneficial to use a stat? What kind of papers? Simon.
Financial papers.
Okay, financial papers. What else, Grant? When do you think it would be beneficial to use a stat to open up your paper?
Maybe if you're like talking about like a sickness or something.
Okay. So we tend to open up presentations, speeches, papers with stats when it's something that is kind of
important,
formal, scientific, right? When the stats would be really important evidence to support our thesis, right? So that's usually when we would use that kind of exordium. How about this one? Each of us has his place in the world. If we can't serve in one way, there's always another.
That's a quote.
Yes, very good. Raised hand next time, Simon. Thank you. How about this one? Knock, knock. Who's there? Ken. Ken who? Can I come in or do I have to climb through the window? What's this one, Jordan?
You never use that one, do you?
Maybe not this one, but what's it called? What kind of exordium?
Joke?
Right. I need you to raise hands. Okay, Simon, raise hands. Yes, this one would be a joke.
Who said the quote?
Say it again. Who said it? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So maybe this one would be if you need to lighten the load, if you have something really serious, you might want to kind of get your audience ready and lighten it before you kind of give them something heavy, right? That might be a good way to do that. Or maybe not. I guess it depends on how serious it is, right? How about this one? Would you go on a mission to save a city if it was dangerous? Kendall.
Question.
Right, a question. And we could easily kind of turn that one into a challenge too, right? Imagine if you go on a mission to save a city. How about this one? Take a trip back in time around 660 years to the Middle Ages. Jordan.
What did you say, Mr. Mia?
It's on the screen. What kind of exordium is the last one, the take a trip one?
Took the back in the time around 660 years to New Ages. I don't know.
What are our choices for exordiums? What are the different kinds?
There's poems, there's like a challenge, there's and there's questions you can ask.
Okay, very good. So what is a challenge?
Oh, it's saying it's like challenge you to take a trip back in time 660 years to Middle Ages.
Right. So it's like when you're asking someone to do something, right? So that one would be challenged. Very good. How about this one? Would you risk your life to save a whole village of people?
No.
I don't want you to answer the question, Russell. I want you to tell me what kind of exordium it is.
That's a question, exordium.
Yes, very good. Thank you. How about this one? Are you able to find the door in the wall like Robin de Burford did? Kendall?
Question.
Yes, very good question. So now I want you guys to write in your brain. You guys have done your Annies already, right? I want you to think of an exordium to write down for your paper for next week. Take a minute or two to write that in your notebooks.
Is the one we're gonna write in our notebook gonna be the one we're gonna use?
Possibly.
So
Doesn't have to be, but
does that, if we use the one in our brain, does that mean we don't have to go through our worksheet for exordium? We can skip that step and just use the one in our brain.
Yeah, that'd be fine because this is a review for arrangement, right? So you should understand the process now of coming up with an exordium. So I'll give you a minute and then I want to hear a few of them, okay? Jordan, are you writing? Jordan?
Yes.
Are you writing? We're writing an exordium right now in your notebooks. Question, a joke, a challenge, a quote. I want to hear a few of them.
Done.
Okay, let me hear your assignment.
Imagine after recovering from an illness, you're not able to walk.
Okay, very good. What kind of exordium is that, class?
A challenge.
Simon, I said class.
I'm part of the class.
I know, but not you. Okay, is anyone else finished with one? Go ahead, Tally.
Imagine waiting long, tiresome months to see a loved one. How would you feel?
Oh, nice. What's that one, class, besides Tally? Kendall.
Challenge.
Very good. Go ahead, Kendall, read yours.
You are about to leave the besieged castle into perilous danger. Would you take your favorite cuddly dog with you?
Oh, wow. What's that one, class? Grant?
A question?
Yeah, suspenseful question. Very good. Go ahead, Grant.
Imagine eating the same meal every single day.
What's that, class? William?
Challenge.
Yes.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I share both of mine? I'll be quick.
Okay.
Okay, so the first one. There are times when you need help from a stranger, but a monk?
Okay.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Luke. Luke who? Look through the door and you'll see.
Okay, so he did two different ones. Very good. Okay, so exordium is something that we've come up with. So actually today's activities are going to help you do a lot of stuff in class already. All right. I challenge you not to yell at a friend for no reason. Okay, very good, Daniel. Oh, is that Jordan? Good job, Jordan.
It's Jordan.
Okay, so amplification. Remind me what that is. What is amplification?
It is to.
Who cares and why?
Right, so it's who cares and why. Simon, I have got to see your face and I need you to raise your hand, please, when you want to answer a question, okay? And I can see that handsome face of yours, that'd be awesome. And where does amplification go in our outline? That down means what, William?
At the bottom, the conclusion.
Right, in the conclusion. Very good. So it answers our questions. Who does it matter to and why, right? And we end our argument. It should be something strong. We want to end with a statement that's strong for who that this, your argument, your paper, who it matters to and why. So first we would state our thesis, right? This is what our conclusion looks like. We identify the audience. So it could be an individual, it could be a group of people that it would matter to. It could be, I don't know, family or something, right? We identify the audience and now we select the group or person the most important that it would matter to. Who would care about this the most, your thesis? And now you explain why. Why does the audience care about this? How does this issue affect this group or this person? And then now you express that idea in your amplification. So what are some of your issues? Let's hear some of your issues that you came up with for your Annie. Grant?
Okay, should I tell you my weather statement?
Yes, that is your issue.
Okay. So, whether Robin should have thrown the bowl of soup into the maid's face. The maid is Spain Ellen.
Okay, very good. What's another? Who else wants to share their issue? Kendall.
Whether Robin should have taken Diath with him when he left the castle.
Oh, that's a good one. I imagine he was pretty sad that he couldn't go, right? That's a good one. Go ahead, William.
Whether Robin should go with Brother Luke to the monastery.
Okay, very good, very good. Who else? Tally, you want to share?
Mine is whether Robin should have missed his dad.
Nice. How about you, Eden?
Whether Robin should have thrown the sharp tool.
You faded out at the end. Whether he should have done what?
Thrown the sharp tool.
Okay, very good. Simon?
Mine is whether Robin should have left with Brother Luke.
Okay, very good. Jordan?
Robin's mom should have. Whether Robin's mom should have helped the queen.
Okay. I was wondering if anybody was going to talk about his mom. Russell, you have your issue?
Simon, what do you mean by?
You went on mute, William.
Like left his house.
Like left his house like my issue, like the exact same one as mine?
What?
Like, you mean like the exact same one as mine?
Basically.
Okay, you can argue affirmative and I'll go negative.
Okay.
Not necessarily, just because you guys have the same issue, does that mean that you'll have the same reason?
No.
No.
Well, I mean, you don't have to argue affirmative, but I might argue.
I was going to anyway, but
Yeah, it's always interesting to see when you have the same issue, what proofs you come up with, because they tend to be different proofs, right? Okay. Russell, did you have your issue to share?
I mean, that would be pretty nice because and then we can see what each of us thought of.
Whether Robin should have tricked that guard or whatever.
Trick the guard.
Yeah.
Oh, the guard that was watching the post?
The Robin.
Okay, good job, guys. So we can't really generate our amplification yet, and we haven't gone through all of our arrangement, right? Because you kind of need more information to, in order to come up with who it would matter to. So you would need to go through your sorting process and have more information, choose your side, and then determine who it would matter to the most and why. Okay, so now for division, this is your statement of agreement and disagreement. So where does division go in our outline?
In the introduction.
Very good, it goes in the introduction, very good. So we have our exordium, and then we go right into our division. And then we go into our distribution. This is what we've been working with since our very first essay, right? So now you see a whole section has been added to our outline. And then we go into the rest of our outline.
Miss Jamia, I noticed that for essay 5, like the examples, they made exordium and division. I believe they made that a separate paragraph and then the enumeration and the proofs. So it'd turn out to be 6 paragraphs.
Right. So when you follow your outline, each letter ends up being its own paragraph. So initially we had all that stuff in our introduction as one paragraph. And so now you see that your papers are growing, right? You can see that they're growing. So, okay, we're gonna work through some of this together. So you can see here, let me make it where I can see all of you smaller. Okay, you can see here on this side that we have an Annie chart. Is it too small? Can you guys not read it? Is it too little? So my issue was whether Robin should have gone for help. And so my thesis ended up becoming Robin should have gone for help. So you can see that I chose the affirmative side, right? So here is just kind of what we do at home. After we have completed our Annie of 30 reasons, I only have up to 25 here. But for the sake of time and understanding the process, you guys would have 30, right? And so now we sort. We've gone through our sort and we've gone through our affirmative side. You would do both the affirmative and negative. And then afterwards, you would choose a side, whichever one looks stronger, sounds stronger to you to support your thesis. That's what you choose, right? So I want you guys to help me come up with some group names. So for this first one, Hearts, Luke was kind to him and taught him to whittle. Luke taught him to write. Matthew said patience and care are better teachers than a bad temper. Luke taught him to swim. Luke taught him to endure pain and discomfort with the cold water. Woo-wee. Throwing him in that cold water, woo-wee. Adam had taught him to shoot a mark, and Luke gave him help and encouragement. What would be a good group name for those heart choices there?
Give back to others as they've helped him.
Okay, giving back to others.
Kind of like because they helped him with stuff and now he should help them.
How did you told me how to do that before, Eden. Was it this one?
Are you using annotate?
No, I'm using Jamboard. I'm gonna make it a different color so it stands out. I think. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, so you guys have to just see. This is our title here for this group. Okay. Oh, there's my colors. So if I select this, here we go. Okay, how about this number sign? Let's do one more group. He was 10 and no longer a child. People were counting on him. They were running out of food and water. All of the townspeople, women and children were in danger. The walls.
Well, depending on Robin.
Okay. Depending on Robin. Okay, so we would do this for all of our groups, right? So in this case, there's 3 groups. And so now I want to circle my top, well, we end up circling our top 3 before this. I think the next step is different. Okay, so what are my top 3? What I want my top 3 to be in this first group? Yes, William.
I was not aware that, I think you don't decide your subproofs until your outline, because you circle your 3 most compelling main proofs, which is because mostly you probably have more than 3 groups. But I'm not sure you circle your subgroups usually until, and then you just choose the 3 most compelling ones when you're making your outline.
No, that's not how it's done. You have all of your subproofs, and then you want to come up with a title for those groups. And if you have more than 3, you want to circle your top 3, and those will be your subproofs in your outline. So in our heart one here, which 3 do we like for our top 3? Eden, pick one that you like.
Luke taught him to write.
Right. Okay, so this is one. Okay, Simon, give me another one.
Luke taught him how to swim and endure pain. And no, swim and whittle.
Okay, I'm gonna choose someone else for the third one. Thank you, Simon. Towie, give me number 3.
Luke taught him one.
Luke taught him to swim. We already have that one. We have Luke taught him to whittle, and Luke taught him to swim. We need one more.
Luke taught him to endure pain.
Yeah, I like that one too. Good job, Callie.
Miss Jimmy, I think I discovered what you meant by you circle your, like what you're doing now. I think before I was accidentally skipping the last page of sorting where you write your thesis for the first time. Okay. And so I was accidentally skipping the last page.
Okay. Yeah, you'll find when you go through the sorting process, when you guys get older and you have to write papers that are longer than you have to write now, this process right here, it gives you the meat of your paper. And so all of your work really has been done. Now you just have to piece it together with transition statements and, you know, supporting things for these main reasons that support your thesis. This method is such a good method for writing. So you don't really end up tossing these away, like you just kind of keep them because you might end up needing them later. So if we were to have our top 3, here is our title, Giving Back to Others. And so now our subproof would be Luke taught him to write, Luke taught him to swim, and Luke taught him to endure pain and discomfort. So that would be our first proof. Our second proof would be depending on Robin, and then we would choose 3 subproofs again. And then now we would title this last section here, the check mark, right? We would give it a title, and then we would now circle our top 3, and those would be our subproofs. So that's a process that we should have been doing for quite some time, actually, right? The sorting process, I think, probably takes the longest because you have to do both the affirmative and the negative. And then what do we do after we've sorted? What's the next step? After sorting, what's the next step? Grant.
Can you ask the question again?
What's the next step after we've sorted our affirmative and negative columns?
You choose which one to pick. Which
Right.
side.
So then we choose a side that we're going to defend. And so the process of choosing a side, do you find that whatever you thought you were going to choose in the beginning, do you find that it has stayed pretty consistent with what you end up choosing, or have your choices now been a little different? Kendall.
It depends.
Okay. So the whole idea of sorting is for you to be able to consider the opposition, right? We learned about that in reasoning. If you can weigh the opposition of your argument, then now you're giving your argument a fair chance to really understand both sides, right? So now, do you just pick a side, or do you truly look and see which one has the best argument, and then you write from that perspective? How do you guys choose a side?
Sometimes
I just pick it.
Okay.
just pick it. Maybe I want to try and argue something that's not expected. So not always the more strong argument.
Okay. Okay, you'll find that you'll use this process a lot in mock trial next year, because when you have to come up with your questions for direct and cross, you're gonna have to kind of know and anticipate what they're gonna say. And when you're able to do an Annie for an argument, then it helps you with your questioning. So sometimes it may be a little bit more work to choose the side that you have to prove a little bit more, but you're going to exercise all those tools, and you'll be able to now really learn how to persuasively argue a point. So then after sorting, we go through what? After we choose our side and now we have our thesis statement, what's next? What's next? Kendall?
Division?
Right. So we would look at now our division, and then we would look at our amplification, so that we can do the last step in arrangement. And what is that last step? Yes, who's whispering that? Yes, the outline is the last step. So the awesome thing this week, no new skills. Woohoo, no new skills. You're just practicing the skills that you guys have been working on. Yes, William.
Should we be doing sorting as a first step because it appears before exordium? Like as a first step of arrangement, we sort because that it appears in our book. It's essay 2, and exordium doesn't come in until essay 3.
Right. Yes. So sorting is next. in order to be able to even have ideas to come up with your exordium, you'll need to sort. And your ideas are more fresh after you sort and you come up with your proofs.
But you're saying we can use the exordium that we thought of in our brain, right?
You can. But if you find that after you've gone through your sorting, that now you're like, oh, this would fit better, you know, please, by all means, the whole idea is to grow in your writing, right? So now I'm looking to see the way you guys are implementing these tools that you're learning. That's what I'm looking for in your final essays. And I think I've been giving you feedback of things that you're doing really well, that I can see that you understand the process, and things that we need to develop that a little bit more. And I'd like to see you guys respond and give me, I want you to go back and try it in the papers when you see that I give you that feedback for the papers that you have now. So now when we go to the next paper, I can see if you really understand the method. Does that make sense? Okay, very good. Do you guys want your break now? Or do you want a break after?
Yes, break now, break now. William, maybe you can teach me how to solve Rubik's Cube. I've been trying for a very long time.
Okay, you guys have 5 minutes. So come back at 1:25.
Well, Simon, it will take you a little bit longer than 5 minutes to solve a Rubik's Cube because it took me more than a day.
What if I do it quickly? Do you have a formula?
Kind of, but it will still take you a long time to develop it, right? Tell me when I can see you in person and I'll teach you.
I can't. We have to quarantine.
Maybe later, or I can teach you later, but 5 minutes isn't enough time. Okay.
10 minutes.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll start teaching you.
Let me get it. My Rubik's Cube should be right here.
Mom, can I just direct you to the YouTube video I watched?
Nope. You're gonna have to teach me. Yeah. Is it that one where you're supposed to go like up this way, over this way, down this way? And then do it over and over again?
I'm just gonna direct you one sec. I'm just gonna direct you to the YouTube video I watched. Or not direct you, but I'll just tell you what it's called.
Is it something that you just repeat over and over again, or no? Because I tried that and it didn't work.
There, I told you what it's called.
On the Hangouts thing.
Does everyone have email accounts here? Because we could have more group chats if I knew all your emails. Okay, everyone might have left. Miss Jimmy, can you enable the chat for so I can say something for the people that will come back later, and then you can disable it.
Okay, go ahead, it's on.
Ms. Jamia, are we allowed to type in the chat when we're on break?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thanks.
If you guys have email accounts, just type them in the chat, and then we can have a hangout like that if you guys can accept my invitation, which I think I originally tried, and like most of you weren't using Hangouts.
All righty. We're back. Okay, I'm gonna disable the chat now. Did you get all the stuff you need, William?
Yes, I did. Now just make sure that you have now just make sure that you're open and check all your Hangouts invitations.
Okay. So now we're getting to Shiloh's favorite subject, anatomy. I'll never let you live that down. She was like, I'm not ready for anatomy. Do you guys remember that in science fair? She was like, I don't want to do anatomy.
I thought it was Eden.
I thought it was Eden.
Was it? I thought it was Shiloh. Who was it? Was it you, Shiloh?
I had to do it, but I wasn't really prepared for anatomy.
Okay, so I'm hoping that this little bio-digital thing makes it a little bit more fun, because I know I'm enjoying looking at all of these cool things, just not before lunch. Okay.
Mia, are we gonna end early or do we get a second break because we're kind of running a little bit like we're doing good on time?
We are doing good on time. We're not going to get a second break. We're going to push through. It's very possible that we might end early. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. Okay, so I know you guys just did the respiratory system this week, and hopefully you looked up what they do, so that the whole purpose of us studying anatomy is so that we can understand God's design, right? He made our bodies pretty magnificent, and it does some pretty amazing things, and that's by design. And so when we can really kind of learn what each part of it does, and then we see how it works with other systems, it should just reconfirm how awesome God is and how awesome he made us. So, okay, what's this first one? 2 organs that pass oxygen into every red blood cell carried through their capillaries. What does that sound like from the respiratory system?
The lungs, right?
Very good. It was the lungs. Very good. I didn't write the answers in there. Okay, next one. Tiny air sacs found inside the lungs. Kendall.
Alveoli.
Yes, very good. Okay, how about this one? A branch of the trachea that carries air to the lungs, inside the lungs. The bronchi further divides into the bronchioles. Oh no, that was.
That's the answer.
I know. I tell you, I'm just really off today, huh? Yes, Kendall, give it to us.
The bronchi.
Yes. I think I might have some more like that. Okay. The final smallest branches of the lungs' air passages. What's that, Tally? It's right here.
The bronchioli.
Yes, very good. The bronchioles. The bronchi or bronchi is this first one. The branches, and we'll look at it in our little body. We looked at that last week, right? That was the little branches. And then the little airway things, that was the bronchioles. Okay, how about this one? A muscular wall that pulls air into the lungs. William.
Diaphragm.
Yes, very good. So if any of you are singers, being able to control the air in and out of your diaphragm is how you hold your notes. When people say, sing from your gut. Have you heard that before for any of you that are singers? Sing from your gut. Do I have any singers on here? I think if you play an instrument, like a wind instrument, it kind of works the same. If you play like a flute or a trumpet.
I played the trumpet for a year, but what about the piano?
William, I remember that.
I put the
I
piano.
don't think that the piano has anything to do with the diaphragm.
I used to be in a choir in a band, so kind of.
So there is a difference of you blowing from your throat, right, William, versus you blowing from down here.
Maybe.
Right? You feel a difference. Over time, your throat will start to get sore if you're kind of blowing air from your throat or singing from your throat, it'll get sore. So you have to learn, you have to train yourself how to sing from your diaphragm. Okay, a flap-like structure made of cartilage that stops food from entering the larynx and the lungs. Grant.
Is it the epiglottis?
Yes, that's that. Every time you see like cartoons and someone's yelling and you see that little thing that's hanging down, right? And they'll usually make it, Kendall's looking at me like, I have no idea what that is. But you know, the old comics, and if someone's yelling, oh, and they
You mean
draw
the
side of their,
I forgot what it's called. It's like this little, that's not the thing. That's your,
The thing hanging down from the top of the mouth?
yeah.
yeah, that's the uvula, I think,
Yeah.
is what that's called.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that has a purpose.
I'm sure it has some purpose.
Thing that's hanging
And
out.
God would put anything in us that didn't have a purpose.
What's that?
And I know that's false because the appendix does not have a purpose.
We'll talk about that when we get to the appendix. Everything has a purpose. Yes, Kendall.
Maybe the uvula was put there to look funny in comics.
Maybe so.
Is
If
there-
nothing else, right?
The appendix was meant to cause pain.
Yeah, maybe the appendix was there to take up space.
Maybe so. I know, Simon, you have a personal account of the appendix, so they're not your favorite. I know. Look at his face. I know, I understand. I feel your pain. Okay, also known as the voice box. What is that? This
Isn't that make that like your voice and stuff?
The larynx.
Wait, is it the epiglottis thing?
No, it's the
I
larynx.
heard someone say it. Was that you, Ray?
It was like for your voice. It helps
Larynx, larynx, right?
The larynx. It's called the larynx.
Isn't the larynx?
That's like we did nose, pharynx, larynx, trachea, and CC.
Yeah, isn't
I've
that?
always heard it pronounced larynx, but maybe it's larynx.
Either way is probably fine.
Yeah, just spell the puppy, and then you know it's right. Okay, how about this one? Has a tongue that helps to shape sounds produced in the larynx.
Mouth.
Yes, very good, mouth.
Is the esophagus different from the trachea? Isn't that a different tube altogether?
Well, we can look at that. I believe so. I
Because
believe
one's
so.
for food and one's for air.
Yeah,
I
it is.
believe so. It's one thing to look at it in our black and white drawings. It's another thing to see how it really looks in the body in 3D, in meaty, and how it's connected and all that good stuff. So we'll look at that. Okay, this one has odor receptors, an opening that channels air from nostrils to the throat, and it's lined with tiny hair-like cells.
Nasal cavity or nasal passage is another term I'm pretty sure.
Okay, very good, Simon. Let me get some hands raised, Simon, okay? Hand raised. Thank you. How about this one? After I asked the question, Simon, either of two openings in your nose.
Nostrils.
Right, nostrils. Or the thing that you see people have their fingers in when you pull up to them next to a red light. That's the other definition. How about this one? A tube that extends from the nasal cavity down the neck to the esophagus. And it's also called the throat. Daniel, Jordan, you guys know that one?
What was the question?
The last one, number 11.
Isn't that called the diaphragm?
No, not the diaphragm.
Is it called the nasal passage?
Not the nasal passage. So this one would be the tube that extends from the nasal cavity all the way down the neck to the esophagus. So this is our neck, our esophagus is in there. What would that be called?
Trachea?
No, not quite. Towie.
Is it the pharynx?
Yes, very good. The pharynx. See, he says it like I say, larynx, pharynx. That's how I've always heard it, but I'll try to see if I can get like a real pronunciation. Okay, here is the second to last one. A membrane enveloping the lungs. Kendall.
Pleura.
Yes, very good. Last one. It carries air to and from the lungs and is also called the windpipe. Simon.
Trachea, right?
Yes, very good. Trachea. Why does it keep doing that? Doo-doo-doo. Okay. I hope you guys liked our little video from last time because we're going to watch him again. Do you guys, did we figure out what he was? What is he?
Wait, is it a different video?
He's a beard with like
Maybe a beard with a mustache.
he's a beard with a mustache with little hands on his beard and binoculars for eyes.
Okay, so
And
we learned
eyebrows.
about the respiratory system from him last week. So now let's look at the digestive system.
Oops, excuse me. Oh, hello, friends. Have you ever wondered where does the food go once it enters your body? Sorry. Well, worry no more, because I'll tell you all about the human digestive system. Oops. Come on, what are you waiting for? Zoom in. Digestion is a simple process where large insoluble food particles are broken down into smaller water-soluble molecules so that they can be absorbed by blood and give energy to different parts of our body. The process of digestion has a few stages, and I'll take you through all of them. Come. Chewing is the first stage of the digestive system. When you chew your food, the food particles break down into little pieces that are easier to swallow. The saliva, which contains a lot of enzymes, mixes with those food particles and helps break down those food particles even more. Once you have completely chewed your food, the tongue helps to push the food particles down your throat. This process is called swallowing. The food travels through a long pipe called esophagus, also known as the food pipe. When the food particles have traveled through the food pipe, their next destination is the stomach, where those particles hang out for approximately 4 hours. The stomach releases a lot of acids and enzymes, which further break down the food particles, so that these particles can be absorbed by your body. An enzyme called pepsin, present in the stomach, helps break down the proteins. Oh, and a lot of bacteria are killed by a superhero, the stomach, so that we don't fall sick. Destination next, the small intestine. Once the food particles reach the small intestine, a lot of juices from the liver and pancreas help break down those particles. The liver secretes bile, which helps break down fats, and the pancreas releases other enzymes to help digest all kinds of food particles. Now that the food particles are broken down, the small intestine absorbs them and transfers them to our body through blood. The particles that are not absorbed by the small intestine reach the large intestine,
Now the large intestine absorbs water and other particles and sends the waste material out of your body. Trivia time! Did you know that our large intestine produces antibodies that help us boost our immunity? When your face becomes red due to blushing, the lining of your stomach becomes red too. So eat healthy, digest healthy, and live healthy. Tune in next time for more fun facts. This is me zooming out.
Okay, what is an intestine? No, intestine.
Okay, so remember how we talked about different languages and accents, right? So obviously he has a British accent. How did he say esophagus? It was like
He doesn't really have it. He doesn't have a British accent. He has a French, or I don't know, somewhere in Europe.
Like Russian.
yes, Towie.
Oh, the first thing is it sounded like a German accent to me.
Did he sound German? But how
To
did
me,
he
at
say
least.
esophagus? It was like esophagus or
He kind of said it bad. He didn't exactly say it right.
well, he said it the way that they would say it there. So it wouldn't be a right or a wrong. It's just that's the way that they say it there. So I had to look at the words to say, what is he saying again? yes, Kendall.
When the food was going through the intestines, it still looked particly. Wouldn't it condense into poo?
Yeah. And we're gonna look at kind of what that looks like in a more real life thing. So get ready. That's why I said maybe we didn't need to do it before lunch. Okay, before we look at it in 3D, let's look at it on paper. Yes, Towie. Page 137 in your guide.
What causes diarrhea if it sits in your stomach for 4 hours? Because some people have diarrhea like right after they eat it.
Yes, we have a video for that in our bio-human thing. If you really want to know the answer to it. I don't think it's gross. I think it's pretty fascinating, but it kind of shows you what happens in our bodies when there's foreign substances in there that kind of interrupt digestion. That's kind of what diarrhea ends up being. So let's look at it in black and white first. It's very just, oh, okay, that's the digestive system. Page 137. And we see all of our little parts there. Right, okay, let me ask you a few questions from the video. So what function does the digestive system have in our bodies? Kendall.
It digests the food.
Right.
So our body can use it.
Use it for what?
Stuff.
They use the E word. Use it for E-N-E-R-G. Towie.
Energy.
Yes, for energy. Can use it.
Wait, I thought energy was spelled N-R-G.
Is that one of those jokes? Are you still practicing exordium? Okay. All right. When does digestion start? What's the first part?
Simon, you honestly thought that?
Kendall.
The mouth chews up the food.
Right. So actually, do you know that, I know that's what our video said, but you know, it really starts before then. Have you ever had a piece of food right in front of you and then your mouth started to water? Right? Especially if you're really hungry, right? So it kind of starts there. Your mouth is preparing itself to receive that food by, you know, sometimes it gets really watery. You're just like, oh, my mouth is watering. I'm ready to throw down right now, right? In those cases that you're hungry, maybe during Thanksgiving when you see all of the food that you kind of don't eat all year and you're just like, oh yeah, I'm ready to eat, right? And your mouth is watering. Am I by myself? I know I'm not by myself with that. Okay. So it really starts before then, but then the next process then would be for it to go into our mouths. Very good. So do you know how your taste buds, how taste buds in the mouth, they vary among people? Like they're uniquely different to you? So we have, they're common in terms of like what they are, but they're uniquely different to you. Did you know that?
So the way I taste something is different from the way that you taste something?
No, not necessarily that, but 25% are what's called super tasters with lots of taste buds. And then 25% are non-tasters with a reduced ability to tell the difference between the tastes. So sometimes, I don't know if any of you fall into this category,
So
but
wait a sec. Okay, so that means I'm probably a super taster because a lot of my family can't taste that cucumbers are disgusting, and they can't taste anything except for like water, but cucumbers are disgusting.
okay, so the term disgusting, that would be relative, right? Because there could be some people that like cucumbers, right? So it just kind of depends on what your taste is. But I don't mean like in terms of like a like or dislike. I mean in terms of being able to determine if it's sour, if it's bitter, if it's sweet.
Like some people might think 75% dark chocolate is sweet, and some people might think it's bitter.
Right.
And
I mean, I think it's pretty good actually, but
so, and we're looking at like not good with taste buds, right? Not if you like it or dislike it, but more so, how do you identify it to taste?
I guess it's pretty sweet.
Okay, Towie.
Is everyone's taste buds different?
So not different in the terms of that we don't have them, but like, remember the super tasters are those who have a very sensitive sense of taste, almost like those that have a sensitive sense of smell. Like I'll fall into that category. I mean, pungent, it could be pungent for me, but maybe not pungent for someone else. And when I was vegan, when Miss Jamia was vegan, oh my goodness, I could smell if someone just finished eating a piece of meat and I never saw them eat it.
Are you still vegan?
I'm not vegan anymore. I'm vegetarian now. So, but at that time, it heightened my sense of smell. So if my husband came home and he had eaten pepperoni out, and it could have been hours and hours prior, as soon as he came close to me, I would say, "You ate pepperoni today?" I can smell it. You think that's weird? He would call me a bloodhound. He was like, "You have the nose of a bloodhound." So I would probably be considered a super smeller, but our taste buds for some people work in the same way. Some people can't distinguish between sour and sweet. So my favorite candy is Mike and Ike's. Have you guys had Mike and Ike's before? So are they sweet to you or are they sour to you?
Sweet.
They're kind of both.
Right, so for me, they're very tart. But then for Juan, he says that they're very, very sweet.
Honestly, they are pretty sweet, but they're also, some of them are sour.
Okay. And it depends on how your taste buds work when you put them in your mouth. That's what's uniquely different in all of us.
How do you know if you're a super taster? Is that just something that you'd put in the category? There's no scientific definition for like that category. Is it mostly just you put yourself in that category?
Yeah, I mean, you probably would have to go through like a number of questions if they were to kind of survey people and you taste a number of things and then have to fill out, is this sweet, sour, all the different, what is it?
Maybe I'll do that later today. That kind of sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe I took something like that at a science museum, but maybe not.
Yeah, that could be an interesting science fair project and like a survey. So humans produce about 10,000 gallons of saliva in a lifetime. Can you imagine if we put that in?
Enough to have a
pool. So gross.
You could practically swim in it.
Yes, Ew, yeah, ew, ew.
But most of it gets swallowed, right?
Yes.
So it's not like you're actually gonna have 10,000 gallons of saliva in your mouth.
Right, very good, yes. So until the food is dissolved by our saliva, we can't taste it.
Miss Jamia?
Yes, Daniel.
Did you say 10,000 or 10 gallons?
10,000 gallons.
So if we dried our mouth up completely of saliva, could we not taste the food?
Well, would your mouth stay dry?
No, it would like start watering immediately.
Yep.
Miss Jamia,
Yes.
how do they know that?
They must have done some type of experiment or something to kind of watch how the body works with saliva.
Does that
I
mean
think,
the measurement
I think
of the
that's true because
10,000
you
gallons? Is that
taste
what you
stuff
think?
less if you don't have any saliva in your mouth.
Eden, is that what you mean by your question? How do they measure the 10,000 gallons of saliva?
Yeah, how do they know how much they're?
They probably estimate based on how much they make in a certain amount of time.
Yeah, they probably did. A bunch of scientists that have watched people over time. Yes, Kendall.
Does the spit go through your digestive system once you've swallowed it?
It does. It does.
Does that mean that humans drink like more than 10,000 gallons of water in a lifetime?
Well, I don't know that the saliva is the same as.
But I feel like it's kind of comprised of water. It has a similar chemical composition. I actually don't know if it does. It just sounded scientific to say that.
But we certainly need to add water in, right? How many glasses do they say we're supposed to drink per day?
3 cups for kids, 8 for
I'm pretty sure it's 7 cups of water per day.
3 for kids, 8 for adults.
Okay, that sounds about right, what William is saying. Why? Why do we need to drink water?
Because your body is basically water. So if you don't have water, you die.
Right. So our body needs water just to work. So is Coca-Cola the same as drinking water?
Wow. Yes, except no, it's very similar because a lot of Coca-Cola is water, but a lot of it isn't. So you need to drink like 10 cups of Coca-Cola to have like 3 cups of water.
What do you guys think about Simon's analysis? Kendall?
While Coca-Cola does have water in it, it also has acid and a ton of sugar. The water, your body doesn't need to transform it much to put it to use. But the Coca-Cola, you have to sort out the sugar, get rid of the acids, and it has to spend extra energy on it before it can use the leftover water, which by the time it finishes getting rid of all the other stuff, it might be out of water already.
Very good. Very, very, very good.
So maybe you need to drink 20 cups of Coca-Cola.
And we're going to look at what sugar does in our body too, hopefully, if we get time to do that. And so what does the liver do? What does the liver do in the body?
Well, for animals, it makes a convenient thing that some people like to eat.
Okay. Yes. What does it do in our bodies, the liver? Do you remember from the video?
I don't know if it showed the liver. It did.
Doesn't it like make some sort of chemical to break up like bacteria or fat whenever your body's digesting the food?
Yeah, it cleans your blood. So for those people that have a damaged liver, how do you think that that affects their blood? How would that affect their blood?
Damaged blood.
So people that tend to drink too much alcohol is a slow poison, and it usually goes right to the liver. And over time, it starts to decay the liver and call it, people that end up dying from a diseased liver, it's called sclerosis of the liver. And you tend to find it a lot in alcoholics because their livers, they're not the same like red, meaty, healthy color. They look like, I don't know, I think Mateo had described it as like some kind of piece of food that he saw before, but I was like, please don't describe it as food. It doesn't look like food. But we'll kind of get to see the difference between a healthy liver and a diseased liver too, so that we can understand how these things function to keep us healthy. So it's supposed to help us, hang on, William. It's supposed to help us make better food choices so that we can take care of these systems that God has put into our body so that they can work at their fullest capacity, right? So I want you to keep your pages to 137 open. Go ahead, William, you have a comment?
Did you decide if we're gonna dissect something?
Oh, I hadn't decided yet.
And maybe we could feed the cow.
If we do, I'm not coming, even if I get graded.
And then we could see what a liver was like if we fed it alcohol. And then we could see the color of the liver.
Oh, William. Or you could just look at a video.
William, hello.
So let's look at this one first. So they had images of a female and a male, and they actually are the same. It's not like we have different digestive systems. One that's uniquely different for females and uniquely different for males. They're the same. So look at that. What is that right there? Kendall.
The meaty thing that some people like to eat.
Right. So that's the liver. So you see how it looks when it's healthy, right? It's meaty. It's like a dark red. And I guess some people like to eat that. How about this right here? What do you think that is underneath? If you look at your diagram and then look at this, what do you think that is?
The pancreas. The pancreas. Ah.
That's your stomach.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The stomach.
The one under their pancreas.
Mr. Mia?
See, to the side. Yes. Daniel?
A question about the stomach.
Yes.
So when you get full, right? Like when you're full from eating, does the stomach kind of like form into a different shape when you're full?
It doesn't form into a different shape. It expands. So I don't know if some of you have heard of people getting that gastrointestinal where they get their stomach stapled for if they're obese and they want to lose weight and they go for the surgery to get their stomach stapled. So what it does is it shrinks your stomach down to almost the size of like a golf ball or a pea, so that now you can't eat that much food. If you eat too much food, you will bust your staples, and then you could have some damage after that. So they tend to have a feeling of fullness a lot sooner than, you know, the normal person. And this is now to keep them from eating so many calories. And then hopefully now they'll lose weight.
Do they take the staples out afterward? Once
they don't. What happens is your stomach, I mean, God made our bodies pretty amazing. Your stomach will start to, well, your brain also, you start to train your brain to know when you're full, when you're eating the same amount every time. And then your stomach, now you're not able to, like, you know, we force ourselves to go back for more on Thanksgiving and we're already full, right? And then next thing you know, you sit back and you're just like, I can't eat another bite. Stomach just feels like it's gonna burst, right? And so, but we don't want to eat like that all the time. Once a year is probably okay. Sometimes people end up getting sick because they've eaten so much, but it's because this little pouch, look at it, it's a little pouch. It's filled. And now what is this right here?
Is that the esophagus?
Yes. And so just think about if this is filled, and remember what types of things were in the stomach? Kendall?
Enzymes.
Right. Enzymes, acid to break the food down. And then if it's filled, some of that stuff starts to come back up. And next thing we have acid reflux.
Bro, if you
You
throw
don't
up
feel good.
and it tastes really bad, that's because of the acid, right?
Yes. Yes, Kendall.
Is the pancreas really green?
I think that's a gallbladder, isn't it?
Gallbladder.
Well, is it really green?
I think this is supposed to be kind of as close to as they look in the body. So it might not be this vivid green, but it's probably some color of green. And so then a diseased pancreas would be a more dull color. It would be dried up. It would just, oh. So, okay, what are these coiled things?
The intestines.
Yes. How did he say it? Intestines, right? Was it
Intestines, yeah.
Intestines. So we have the small and then we have the large. And then that's further broken down into more parts, but we don't have to learn the parts. We just need to know the difference between the small and the large.
Are the intestines always coiled the same way? Or is the way that they drew it a little bit different, or that they pictured it possibly different than how they're actually coiled in each person's body?
Well, these are supposed to be coiled the way that they would be coiled in us.
So,
and I can't remember how long they said that they're supposed to be pretty long if you uncoil them.
I think the small intestine is
6 to 7 meters for adult humans.
About 2/5 of which is okay, that's this part. So this right here is part of the large intestine, I think. So it goes through all of this, the food, right? Yes, Kendall?
If we do the dissection of the cow, can we eat, if we do it, could we take the intestines and see how long they are?
Oh, no.
Why not?
I don't mean, oh no, like, no, we can't do that. I just mean, oh no, the visual was just so, oh, Kendall.
Then we can compare how green the gallbladder is.
I see you guys really
we
want
not dissect any cute animal. Like,
why not?
No, well, wait, I
Dissect
don't
the frog.
a little pig.
Something like
Don't
that.
dissect the second pig, because those would be too cute. I'm kidding, actually.
Cows are too cute too.
Hey, Simon, do you have a dog? A frog?
Okay.
A frog, no.
Show you.
The cow's intestines would probably be longer than the humans.
Well, I guess the only way that we could see how long it was actually would be to dissect a human.
Yes, plus it would be fun to dissect it.
You guys.
Oh, can you hear me?
One with
Miss Jamia?
Yes, Russell.
So I'm sorry. Can you able to chat again for one quick second?
No, I can't. Not right now during class. Okay, so.
Russell, did you have a question for me earlier?
What'd you say?
You were asking me something earlier, but then you never got.
Oh, the Gmail account thing. I was gonna.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, I'll put that back on later, okay, Russell, and then I'll let you do it before we end. Just remind me, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So, have you guys ever heard of irritable bowel syndrome? What do you think that sounds like? What does that sound like? Do you think it sounds normal?
Like irritable. I don't know.
Any syndrome doesn't sound good.
Right, irritable bowels, Tally, yes?
Maybe some foods that you eat don't go mix well with your bowels.
Okay. I know when I first heard that, I was just like, it just sounds like your bowels are mad at you. You know, irritable bowels. Get it?
Your pancreas looks, your appendix, is it just a little line there?
It's basically just a little flesh sac, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was.
For stuff to get stuck in and to be.
That looks real, like really realistic.
Yeah, this is what biology students use. Yes, Kendall?
They even show texture with white lines in the intestines to I guess show light, like maybe light shining on them.
And you can turn them around to see what they look like.
Does the irritable bowel syndrome have anything to do with eating ears?
No. So usually it has to do with inflammation. Inflammation is just a swelling of something because whether there's a bacterial infection or you have something foreign that's causing inflammation in your bowels. And so when we have inflammation, then what do you think it does to the movement? It has to pass things through. So if it's swollen, what do you think that does to the movement?
Slows it down.
Right, slows it down. Next thing you know, you're not going through the full process of digestion and your poop is getting stuck. It's not coming out. What happens if we can't remove that waste from our bodies?
Sometimes you eat prune juice, right? Drink prune juice if it's really hard.
Right, so that would be a solution if it does get stuck. But what happens, what could possibly happen if it does get stuck, Kendall?
It could build up and then maybe explode?
Yep. And remember, those are things that are supposed to come out of the body because it could be toxic if it gets into the blood system, right? So with irritable bowel syndrome, it can be a huge problem if the next thing you know, you're not releasing this waste and it's been 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
And then you have surgery, right? They probably have to do surgery on you, right?
Yeah, at some point you would have to have surgery because it's going to become painful. I don't know if any of you ever had like a gas bubble or something and you feel the pain of a gas bubble. Have any of you ever experienced that?
I mean, can you imagine how uncomfortable it'd be after 2 weeks if it's sometimes uncomfortable if you can't go to the bathroom after a day or two.
Yes.
Even
imagine 3 weeks, 4 weeks of not using the bathroom. So now I wanted you guys to kind of see how the digestive system is so important, right? This again is our colon. And so I think you've heard kind of in the news, there's been a number of people that die from colon cancer, right? We've heard like a number of celebrities that have passed away from colon cancer. And so I want you to see how it looks in stages. And if you catch it in time, you can survive from it. But if you get to a certain stage, it's very hard to reverse the damage. And I just wanted to see what that looks like. Yes.
So technically then, fame doesn't go straight to your head. It goes straight to your intestine.
What goes straight to your intestine? The pain?
Fame.
Fame?
Yes, instead of going to your head, it goes to your intestine.
Okay.
And kills you.
Okay, so it's not just celebrities that die from colon cancer, right? We know that. This is a very common cancer. I feel like probably the two most common would be lung cancer and then colon cancer, and pancreatic cancer is probably the top 3.
What about brain cancer?
Yeah, I don't know that I hear about that one so much in the media, but I feel like lately we've heard a lot about colon cancer, that people have been passing away from colon cancer. So it starts out as, you see this here, this is a foreign substance. This should not be here. This is what's called a polyp, this small little thing. And so when you get a little bit older, you have to do what's called these colon exams. And they are able to determine, based on you pooping on a stick, if you have some irregular properties that are in your poop.
Is it different than a colonoscopy?
No, a colonoscopy now would be them putting a camera inside your colon to look for any abnormalities in it.
My dad had one on Christmas Eve.
Yeah. So you see this polyp is small. At this stage, a person could have the surgery and have that removed and be fine. So this is, again, this is stage 1. It's small, it can be removed. Now stage 2, you see that it's grown a little bit bigger, right? And it's different times for different people. It just depends on how fast it begins to grow. So this would be stage 2. This is still salvageable. You could still go in with surgery and remove this.
Does it still ever go, has colon cancer ever gone away on its own?
I haven't heard of any cases where it's gone away on its own. I think I have heard about some natural remedies that people have used in order to remove these polyps because they didn't want to have surgery.
Like eating a knife.
No, sorry.
Simon, what is wrong with you? Why would you even think that helps?
So now here, stage 3, you see now that it's grown more and now it's starting to become a part of the wall of the colon. So for some people, this stage 3 is really bad and not reversible. And for others, it has been reversible where they could get in there with surgery and get all of it out. And so now by this time, the polyp now has gone into the colon. And because it's done that, it's not working properly. So then all the things that the colon is supposed to do, it affects all the other organs.
Is it unreversible by now?
By stage 4, usually people are gonna pass away by stage 4. So this would be kind of what, what's his name, passed away from?
Chadwick Boseman.
Yes, Chadwick Boseman passed away from this. And so, you know, cancer just completely destroys our body. This would be a cancerous cell that started as a polyp. And you see now it's grown to this foreign substance and it attaches, it'll start to attach to other organs and become its own foreign thing living in your body, and then it takes over. And your systems don't know how to process this foreign thing in its body, right?
Pretty gross, like,
Yeah. You see that? It's just attaching itself. And then I wanted to show you guys the esophagus up close. So, you know, in order for our food to go down and we have to swallow this, have you guys heard of mastasis? What that is? What does that mean? Mastasis. It's really just the movement of, it's the movement that your body needs to do to get things to happen. So it happens in your esophagus when you're swallowing, and it also happens in your intestines when you're trying to pass the waste through. And so sometimes when people are sick and they have things like diarrhea, Tally, we were talking about earlier, or they have other problems and this mastasis stops, now you have a problem because the movement is not happening. Things are standing still, and then it slowly starts to affect other organs.
Miss Jamia?
Yes.
Is there any specific body part that we're gonna learn about that forms like an Adam's apple on some people's neck, whatever that's called? Is that what you're talking about with the larynx, or is that something else?
Well, only men have Adam's apples.
Like
That's
what?
something we can look up and see. I can see if I can find it in this to see.
And not everyone would have it, right? Only some people.
I feel like it's only men that have it.
Well, maybe, but it's more noticeable in some people than others, right?
Right, right. Yeah, that's something that we can look at for next time to see where that is. I guess it might be a part of the digestive system because it's up here, right?
Maybe it's just another muscle or bone or something. That's...
Yeah. I'll see if I can find it for us to look at for next time. Okay, so this is going to be what we're working on this week. And I'll actually probably put this picture in the classroom so you guys can kind of see it in real time, and you can go ahead and mess around with it, turn it around, see how it works. Remember, our digestion starts up here goes down our esophagus and hits all of these different parts. And then it's released through the anus, right? Comes out in waste. Oh, I'll put a picture of the appendix too, Simon.
Don't.
Please don't make it a real appendix though.
Yes, Kendall.
If you really want to, because it would be kind of cool to see what an appendix looks like.
Yes, Kendall.
It looks exactly like it does on the picture.
Hold on, Simon. Hold on, Simon. Let Kendall
Would
speak.
the intestines take up less space if they were folded neatly?
I don't know. Maybe so. Maybe so. Why do you think God made them so long?
So you don't have to go to the bathroom right after you eat. It takes a little bit longer.
Okay, Kendall.
So that when you poo, you can inspect it and try to remember what meal it's from.
Do you think the length of them has anything to do with time?
Probably because you absorb it better if it's taking a long time. Because if it just happens quickly, you're basically just pooing out the hamburger you just ate.
Right, and it might actually look like a hamburger when it came out if it came out straight from your stomach, right? It would look like I mean, once the enzymes get to it, that breaks it down, but I'm thinking it goes through the intestines, it takes time, and it's changing form while it goes through our intestines, right?
Doesn't it take at least?
Sorry.
Say it again, William.
No, Shiloh, what did you say?
Sorry, I was just asking, doesn't it take like about 2 days for the whole process to like finish?
So it's good that you said that. So in our video, he said that it takes 4 hours. Nutrition is my major. I'm all about learning how food works in the body. And so what I've come to understand is it depends on the food. When you eat water soluble foods like fruits and raw vegetables like spinach, or they digest very quickly because they're mostly water, right?
What about bread?
Right. I'll get to that in a second, Simon. So those types of foods go through the process really quickly, and you'll find that digestion takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy. So if you are eating certain foods and mixing up a lot of things, then you'll find that you're tired, right? Like Thanksgiving, usually we are wore out, like, oh, child, let me sit down. I need to let this thing get to work, right? But if you find that you just ate a salad, you usually have energy right after a salad. You're not sleepy. And that's because you absorb it faster and easier, and it works with the digestion process. Now, Simon, I'm gonna get to your bread. When you eat foods that are more dense, it takes more time for them to go through the digestion process because they are more dense. So if you can eat a good combination of the water soluble foods with 1 or 2 dense pieces of food, you'll find that you won't always be tired after you eat. So that would mean, like, if you ate a sandwich, if you had more vegetables on your sandwich, like raw vegetables, and then maybe 1 piece of bread with your meat, you'll find that you'll have more energy than if you have 2 pieces of bread, your meat, cheese, and then like 1 piece of lettuce.
How long does it take to for dogs to digest?
Oh, I don't know.
Does it always work? Because once we had these bean bags, and they kind of like just little ones, and they spilled open. My dog and Cooper was eating the bean, and then later I picked up his poo, and it was full of beans.
Really? And yeah, and beans are one of those things that you'll find kind of not completely digested sometimes, even in humans.
Because they're just raw beans.
Or sometimes your poop might be a different color, right? Like what happens if you eat, what happens if you eat asparagus? Have you guys ever eaten asparagus and then you go to pee? Do you smell the sulfur from the asparagus? So that's because our bodies don't completely digest sulfur. So now go eat some asparagus and then use the bathroom
I hate
and notice
asparagus.
the smell in the air after you go pee pee. Yes, Kendall.
Since after you eat beets, your poo turns out pink,
Yes.
does that mean that it doesn't quite fully digest them or that it just doesn't absorb the pink color?
Well, it's because it goes through digestion so quickly. Beets are one of those things that go through quickly. The same with greens, or you'll see that, you know, your poop will be green if you eat salad, and you'll see that it'll be like a dark green. You should be inspecting your poop, by the way. I hope you guys are inspecting it. And healthy poop should be long and not short and stubby. Yes, we are having the poop question because the poop conversation, because it's very important. And you have to share with your parents if you haven't gone in a few days, right? You'll probably be uncomfortable if you haven't gone in a few days. And if it's short and choppy all the time, if it's short and choppy all the time, that means you need to increase your water, because that means that you don't have a lot of water in your intestines. So it's you know, it's a little faulty with what it's supposed to be doing. And healthy poop is long and kind of has a softer consistency. That's how you know that it's working good.
If I drank food dye with like blue food dye, would my food turn out blue?
I don't know. Because there's food dye in like the candies, Skittle and things.
But like a lot of food.
Yeah, I don't know, William. I wouldn't say go try that at home. Yes, Kendall.
Do I need to inspect my dog's poo to make sure it's long?
Yes.
Or does
make
the
sure
same
there-
not apply for dogs?
Yes, I would say it does apply, but also to make sure that there are no parasites in it. If you ever see something alive in your poop,
That's a problem.
yeah.
Once I saw in a porta potty there was like a blue like a white worm, and it was really gross.
Yeah. So usually we have parasites in our intestines.
Wait, we do?
And if you have an overgrowth of parasites and you start to see alive things in your poop, then
that's pretty gross.
Yeah, that's an issue. And that's an issue that you definitely need to tell your parents about so that you can go to the doctor and they'll probably increase your probiotics to kill the parasites, and you'll probably take some other things to kill those things in your intestines. Yay, isn't that fun? I find that so
do they grow inside of you? Or do
parasites. We naturally have them. They come from all types of things, the environment, the foods that we eat that we can't see. If we don't properly wash our fruits and vegetables, parasites can live on the surface of them. Or
They're like bacteria, not like little bugs or anything. They're like bacteria.
Right, but sometimes
I was just about to ask
they
that.
can actually be little white. It's almost like worms. They almost look like
I feel
little tiny worms.
I feel like that's kind of what I saw. That was a while ago.
Yeah.
Kind of like maggots?
Not quite as big as maggots. Maggots probably look more like a piece of rice. These look like little, very thinner than rice, little worms that.
The maggots are pretty gross because once I was cleaning my hamster's cage, and they were like a long time ago, and there were maggots, and it was so gross.
Yeah.
The next time when I got my next hamster, it was perfectly fine, like no maggots. So I don't know if it was the particular hamster or just I hadn't cleaned it enough.
Well, if anybody wants to do an experiment, I would definitely check with your parents first. If you purchase meat and you leave the meat out, the containers that they come in, like raw chicken, for example, and the little, they're like these little sponge things that'll be in there, like the meat will be on top of these little sponge things that like hold the blood and stuff. If you leave that out for a couple days, you'll start to see maggots within a few days.
And it's really gross, so I don't recommend doing it.
Right. I would put it in something if it's something you want to see. They need moisture to grow. We had a maggot festation like a few years ago in our a house we were renting. We had a friend come over that eats meat because we don't eat meat, and you have to properly throw away your meat receptacles. So that usually I have a friend that was like, if you just spray it with like some kind of bleach or something and then just toss it, it should be fine. So he had, been eating his meat, and the containers, he just put it in the trash. And, the trash comes once a week. The trash people come once a week. So it was just in the trash can. And because there was moisture and it was warm, it was the summer, those eggs hatch. Next thing you know, we have an infestation of maggots coming out of the trash can. They were all on our wooden floor, crawling all over the place. Oh my goodness. I was just like, I had to go out the house. I needed to go stay with my mom until it was taken care of. And I was having nightmares about maggots. It was terrible.
So
Night of the living maggots.
Getting back to topic with anatomy, one quick question before we move on to reasoning. So for this week, are we continuing on with the respiratory system and starting the digestive system at the same time?
Yes. So how it works with anatomy is the system that you do, you will continue practicing that, and then you add on the next system the following week. So now you're working with two systems, your respiratory and your digestive.
And we have a respiratory quiz on Friday, don't we? An assessment.
Yes. Yes, Kendall.
Back on maggots, some doctors use maggots to clean deep wounds or deep cuts. They'll put the maggots on it, and the maggots will eat away all the dead flesh.
Oh.
Do they remove the maggots, or do they just let them live on the dead flesh?
They just let them eat it up.
Oh my goodness.
And then they kill the maggots.
When
right?
I grow up, I'm gonna murder all maggots in the universe.
Why?
Because that's disgusting. I don't want any maggots eating me.
You can't get all the maggots in the universe, I doubt.
Well, if you took away all the maggots, you wouldn't have any flies.
Right.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't really mind that.
But then what would the frogs eat?
Exactly, that's what happens, Simon.
They would eat flies.
Okay, guys.
What do you mean what would the flies eat?
All right, guys, we gotta move on to reasoning now. Thank you for thank you for the maggot conversation. Okay, so we have learned 3 more fallacies this week, right? 3 more fallacies. And I thought this one was very fun. Very fun this week with some of these. So help me out here. This one right here, what fallacy is this an example of? This one with the
Bad appeal to authority.
Yeah, so who is that?
Adam Levine. I have no idea who he is.
That's Maroon 5's lead singer. You know Maroon 5? Does anybody know Maroon 5?
Yes, I
I've
do.
heard those songs, they're pretty good.
I think I can't remember the name of his group.
Maroon 5.
Yes, Maroon 5. Thank you, Russell. Yes.
Good.
He is the lead for Maroon 5, and he also used to be a judge on The Voice. I think that kind of increased their popularity after he had been on The Voice for a number of years. But look at this ad that he's doing. So we know him to be, now that you guys have been introduced to him, for those of you that didn't know who he was, he's a musician. So would he have authority over Proactive?
No.
What is Proactive?
Helps Acme.
Yes. So here we have Adam Levine.
But I guess if he actually uses Proactive, then he should know. So you can't count that out.
But he's not.
But does it say?
But he wouldn't be an authority on it. It's one thing to use the product and know that it works for you, but now to have him as an authority, what is authority? Let's define that. What is authority?
I don't like it wouldn't be faulty appeal to authority if he said it kills acne on me, but if he just says in general it kills acne and treats your skin right, that would probably make it a faulty appeal to authority, right?
Okay. Yeah.
If he just said that it works for me,
right,
I'd be giving his opinion.
right. So let's define authority. So we're all on the same page with what authority is. What is authority? That's part of our 5 common topics, right? So what is it?
Like command.
Okay, commands. What else could it be?
A false statement.
Authority. So in this case, it would be like if you have an expert witness in a case, would they be considered?
Like a false statement to authority, isn't that what it's supposed to be?
We're defining authority right now in order to better understand this fallacy.
A person who is an expert at something.
Yes. So then if I wanted to know more about basketball, who would be an authority on basketball?
LeBron James.
Okay, LeBron James. Who else?
Kawhi Leonard.
Who would you say?
Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Will George, Kemba Walker, all those guys.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Russell.
Russell, camera on so you can see you.
Yes, Russell, can you keep your camera on, please? So if I wanted to talk to someone about authority of hockey, who would I talk to, Towie?
Probably a pro.
Like who? Give me some names. You
know,
I already said it.
Alex Ovechkin or Wayne Gretzky.
Okay, very good. And so they could really only be an authority on hockey, right? Could I use them as an authority on pimple cream?
I guess not.
No, I couldn't, right? Could I use them as an authority on the best lipstick?
Well, they might know because they might try it on and then know that it's the best.
But can they be an authority on it?
No.
No, right? So look at this next one with Oprah. Can someone read that for us?
Oprah says that it is bad to eat after 6 p.m.
Okay.
Oprah.
I have no idea. Is it the inventor of
Oprah Winfrey is?
Nobody knows who Oprah Winfrey is?
That's a shame.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's not a shame, Russell. It's just that I think you guys don't really watch a lot of television, right?
What? I watch a bunch of TV.
I don't really watch like what's the latest hits on like ABC or whatever she's on.
No, we watch like streaming shows.
Yeah, like on Disney. And then
like Disney Plus and stuff.
I watch sport like kind
Okay.
of.
That's fair. That's fair. So Oprah Winfrey is a celebrity. She started out as a news anchor in Chicago. Then she had her own show, the Oprah Winfrey Show. And she has changed thousands of lives just by her show was in existence for about 20, 25 years. And in her popularity in America, she just became kind of this voice that if you came on her show, like if you were a no-name author and you came on her show with your book, next thing you know, you were on the top seller list and thousands of people were watching her show from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock every single day, from Monday through Fridays when she would come on. And so she became a household name to millions of viewers. And so now a lot of people have tried to use, her to be the face of things. She's since left her show. She has her own network. And so now she produces shows on her network. And she's a billionaire.
What?
So What do you think it would mean for her to say, Oprah says that it's bad to eat after 6? What would she be an authority on?
TV.
Celebrityness, billionaires,
TV or maybe journalism or something like that.
celebrity.
But not on when to eat.
Maybe.
So they may be using her too because Oprah had always been trying to lose weight. Like for her, almost her whole career, she had gone up and down in weight. And so I think at one point she was one of the faces for Weight Watchers, maybe, because, you know, they use celebrities now to get people interested. Oh, if Oprah can do it, it must be good. Like that's the logic, right? But what's
That's not
wrong
very
with that
good
argument?
logic.
What's wrong with that argument?
Except it doesn't matter.
Right. It doesn't matter at all. Oprah has all these other things that help her to get back in shape. She has her own personal chef. She doesn't have to cook stuff. She doesn't have to go to the grocery store. I mean, she has all these other variables that kind of help her get herself back into
She did work for it though. It's not like she inherited all the money. At least she worked for it.
Yeah, she did. She worked pretty hard. How about this next one? Nearly all scientists believe in evolution, therefore it must be true.
First off, I'm not sure that that's true, that almost all of them believe in evolution.
It depends on the scientist.
Okay, well, I guess that's appeal to authority.
Right. Because
as it says in the bottom, giving away the answer.
Wait, so is it appeal to people or faulty? Wait, is it appeal to authority, faulty appeal to authority, or appeal to the people?
It's faulty appeal to authority. Who's supposed to be the authority? Kendall.
Nearly all scientists.
Scientists, so why is it a faulty appeal to authority?
Therefore, it must be true.
Wouldn't wouldn't that kind of fall under the category of appeal to the people? Because all the people believe in it, therefore it must be true.
Well, they're using this nearly all. First of all, is that true? Do we know that to be true? That nearly all scientists believe that? Do we know that to be true?
No, but it
would make sense.
It's a possibility, right? We don't know for certain that is true, but the appeal is because we know scientists to be pretty smart. But just because they're pretty smart in scientific things, evolution has to do with what when you compare it to God? Is God in the picture?
No, there's a big bang and then everything appears and starts coming to life.
Right. So because we usually know scientists to be very wise and very smart, now they're saying that it has to be true because scientists said this. That would remove God completely out of the equation for the person that doesn't know God, right?
If they're truly really smart and really, really smart, then they wouldn't believe in evolution.
Well, some scientists are wise, kind of.
I mean, how does evolution contrast to the Bible?
What'd you say, Simon?
I said there could be evolution and God because it never says that it says animals came first, right?
There could be evolution to a
land animals and humans. So
there could be evolution to a small extent, but
hold on, let me get Kendall's comment. Okay, go ahead, Kendall.
There could be like a mixture because maybe the thing in the Bible is just like a poetical way of how it happened. And there's also evolution in how we have what we have today.
But we can be pretty definite that humans did not come from apes because it said that he formed them out of the dust of the ground. And I don't think that means that he created them from apes.
Maybe dead apes.
Well, maybe partly dead apes and also partly dead humans.
Okay, so that would be an exegesis of Genesis chapters 1 through 3 that you could probably go through with your parents. Okay, our discussion has to do with fallacies. And in this case, it would be an appeal to authority. And we're looking at these scientists here as the authority, so it must be true. And that would be considered a fallacy. That would be faulty thinking. Just because they're smart and they've proven a lot of different things doesn't necessarily mean that this is true. We would need more evidence of that, right? So look at this one. So let me get some readers. So I want you to read what's on the left and then what's on the right. Oh, for you, it'd be what's on the right and what's on the left, right?
I think that we see it. I think I see it. I see the sharing screen the same way that you do.
Oh, okay. Okay. So go ahead and read what's on the left and on the right.
By ourselves or together?
One at a time. So like mechanic, if you want an expert in mechanical advice, you would trust a mechanic. If you want an expert in, I'll read it, in financial advice, you would trust an accountant. If you want an expert in dental advice, you would trust a dentist. If you want expert advice in plumbing, you would trust a plumber. If you want expert advice in construction, you would trust a contractor. If you want expert advice in the law, you would trust a lawyer. If you want expert advice in medicine, you would trust a mommy blogger. I saw all your faces, you're like, huh? What's wrong? What's wrong with that?
Just some random blogger.
What makes her an authority?
Nothing.
Right. But does that happen all the time? Oh, but I read on this blog that if you do X, Y, Z, then this will happen. And we see that all the time, especially now with the popularity of social media and bloggers and all of this. We see this all the time, right? It's very common. Okay, so our appeal to authority is on page 57. And the Bible kind of helps us to better understand when we need to kind of figure out the error in our thinking, right? It says that the heart is deceitful above all things and beyond cure. Who can understand it? So we want to use reasoning to be able to detect truth. Remember, that's one of the reasons why we study logic, to be able to ascertain truth from error. And so here, these are some more examples of appeal to authority. What is Michael Jordan doing in this advertisement?
Not drinking Gatorade.
So will we be like Mike if we drink Gatorade? So what are they claiming that he's an authority of?
Basketball and drinking Gatorade.
Right, they've made the connection. If you go ahead and drink this Gatorade, you're going to be able to dunk just like Michael Jordan. I thought this one was hilarious. Look at this one. This is from, I think it's from the 40s. This ad in the middle. Who is he? What kind of profession is he?
A dentist?
He is a dentist. And he says, as your dentist, I would recommend Viceroy's. Viceroy's filter the smoke. So what is he in authority on?
A good appeal to authority?
Say it again, Jordan.
A good appeal to authority?
It is an appeal to authority. These are all examples of appeal to authority.
I mean, technically those would be pretty good because dentists do know a lot about smoking because the smoke can go into your mouth and get on your teeth and all that, but
he's not an authority on whether it filters the smoke out.
Right.
Very smart, very smart.
Think about these ads back then in the 40s when you put a medical doctor or a dentist on your ads for something like this. Do you think that it increased sales?
But it's kind of obvious that they might just be making it up.
It's obvious to us now. I don't know how obvious it was back then.
People in the what is it, the 1940s, they were uneducated and brainwashed.
Where'd you get that from? Uneducated, brainwashed, Simon? Oh no. Lord help us. Okay, look at this one. I thought this one was funny too. So first of all, what do we see in our ad?
A baby.
A baby and
a mom.
A mom.
Well, you can't really tell. It's probably just an actor.
I think it's well.
It's probably supposed to be the mom, though, right? This is the mom of this baby in the ad, right? So now what's the message?
For better life, start Coca-Cola or cola.
Is that the same thing as Coca-Cola?
Probably cola. Any kind of soda. This is a real ad. This was a
Wait,
real ad.
what? I thought that was fake. I thought that was a meme.
This was a real ad.
These are all memes except for that one, right?
So in some countries, I know that moms used to give their babies either rum. They would rub rum on the gums when babies were teething because it would numb their gums, because their gums are hurting when their teeth are trying to come through. So they would put either rum. But then there's some moms that would give their kids Benadryl to put them to sleep. Just a little bit, just enough, because Benadryl, if anyone's ever taken Benadryl, makes you sleepy, right?
Yeah, but that's what they use for like babies on planes, or what they used to, because when everybody hears the baby crying, so they put the stuff in its bottle and make it drink it.
Right, just a little bit, and then it would make them sleepy. And so this was from around the same time period as this. I got this off of this page of like old advertisements. And you see, they even look really old, right? They
look old.
Okay.
So this was another one. Who's supposed to be the authority in this?
The mom?
The mom. So if mom says it's okay to do it, then it must be fine. And so here we had our definition of authority. So this would be where it's key for us first to define authority. So then now, if it doesn't fit this definition, now we can be able to note the error in the thinking, right? So like Mike would be an authority on what again?
Basketball?
Right, basketball, not Gatorade. The dentist would be an authority on
teeth.
Teeth.
And maybe smoking, but not if it filters the smoke.
Right. And then mom would be an authority on what?
Being a mom.
Right.
Well,
and even that is a little right. Everybody mom's different. Right. So it just depends, culturally and different cultures.
Authority on being human.
Being mom.
Little parts of to mom.
So it depends.
To mom, mom's mom, momming, mommed.
So now this appeal to the people, you kids. When I was a kid, this is something that kids say all the time. Tell me if this sounds familiar. But mom, such and such is doing it. All my friends are doing it. And what is mom's response? I can tell you what this mom's response usually is, but it's like this response.
It's like, if all your friends jump off a cliff, would you do it too?
Exactly.
Not that I really have that much experience, but
I feel like I heard my friend.
I've seen that in a lot of comics. So
okay. You've never heard that at home, Simon?
Find out a way to answer it. Maybe you'd answer no, because I'd be the one jumping off the cliff.
Yes, I think a lot of moms, I think they've just gotten on social media together and gone to that mom blogger, and they've all seen the same response when their kids say that. But if such and such jumps off a cliff, are you gonna follow him? Because my mom said that to me. I say that to my kids, and I've heard other moms say that to their kids before. It's so common. I've heard it. How many of your parents say that?
And then the kids just answer yes, and then the conversation.
Do they? Oh no.
Well,
okay, so this one also had other names like the bandwagon. You guys have heard of that, jumping on the bandwagon. In advertising, a lot of times they'll use this as kind of the bandwagon type of advertising.
Like 99 out of 100 people do blah, 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 blah. So you should too.
Right. So we should see some of these common ones that I'm going to put up. But first, let's get some definitions down. Remember, if we can get the definitions down, then we should be able to detect an error in thinking, right? So to appeal, what does that mean when you appeal? Simon?
I don't know.
It could mean like kind of like to ask. Well, maybe not. No, maybe not ask. But
I got it. Like to get the opinion of or
submit to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, Grant? What does it mean to appeal to someone?
To maybe like open up to them or something.
Say it a little louder.
Open up to them.
Okay. So it would be like an earnest or urgent request. What does that look like from a kid to their parents when they really want something? Please, mommy, please, 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 I promise I'll clean my room. I promise I'll do my chores. I promise I'll never do it again. Yes, Eden.
We did that when we wanted a puppy and it eventually worked.
Not to say it will work every time, right?
If my sister can do it, I doubt anybody else could do it because she says, let's get a kitten, please, kitten. It's very annoying.
Or a resort to a higher or greater power or authority to aid in the process of making a decision. So sometimes you might, like in terms of advertising, they might say use someone as an authority, right? But now they're gonna also bring in the bandwagon to say, oh, come on, but everybody's doing it, right? This person's doing it, but everybody's really doing it. We see that a lot in advertising, or the power of attracting or of arousing interest. Sometimes you're just curious enough to try it. Like the ad can make you just curious enough to say, right? And it makes you think about it. And so now let's look at people, appeal to the people. So we know that people would be humans, a group, a specific group, or just ordinary people, or maybe a specific number of people, or the citizens of a political unit, the people of the US, for instance. So now let's see how this translates in advertising. So do you notice these? These are very popular ones, some of them anyway. So let's look at this one first. Did anyone see this little campaign when it was out? So M&Ms, they were voting for like a new color, I think, or something like that. And they had all these different ad campaigns of the different color M&Ms of who was gonna win, who did the people wanna vote the most popular color?
And who won?
I don't know.
Yellow.
I do remember
yellow.
I remember seeing the ads though. But actually it looks like number yellow won, because why?
He's in all the TV
Yellow
shows.
exists. He's the peanut one.
Why? What does this ad say?
It's the people's
candy date.
The people's candy day. And look at all of these little things. Oh, the yellow is he's helping this elderly lady. Look, he's shaking hands. What is that in his hand? Is that a baby? He's playing with the baby. He's helping the sick. Look at that. This is an appeal to the people. Look at that yellow. Go ahead and vote for yellow. That's crazy, right? Look at this one. This one for Maybelline. So this is a real ad. What does this slogan right here say?
America's favorite mascara.
How does that appeal to the people?
Who's saying it's America's favorite?
They say, yeah, okay.
Right. So how would they know it's America's favorite? Surely if most of America is purchasing this mascara, I have got to get this brand.
Doesn't like the Oreo packet say something like that? Like America's favorite
No,
cookie
it says Milk's favorite cookie.
Oh yeah, something like that.
I mean, honestly, I can see how that'd be true because they're really good. They're so good.
So if you ever choose to go into advertising, you understanding how these fallacies work in advertising are going to be to your advantage, right? Because they get us, and a lot of times this is how we buy stuff. How about this one? Just do it. Who remembers that ad? Who was that from?
Nike, I think.
Yeah.
And it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
It is everywhere, and even
every product Nike sells, that thing has it on it.
So what does this mean? Just do it.
Go buy our products or else.
Right. So it really means like, I mean, I'm saying like everybody's got it. Like, just go ahead and do it. It's a no-brainer. Nike. And I think I told you guys how they pronounce Nike in South Africa. We say Nike, right? Because that's how the brand represents themselves in the commercials. So in South Africa, they say Nike.
I used to say that when I was a kid. I thought it was Nike when I was like 3.
They say Nike, and they say that we say it wrong. Americans say it wrong.
Isn't it an American company?
It's an American company.
What'd you say, William?
How come we say it wrong if it's an American company? That they're the ones that are
right. Well, you know, our English language sometimes it has.
They have committed a fallacy.
Exceptions, and if they're learning English and they're following the rules, it would be Nike, right? It would be, but it doesn't follow the rules. The brand itself says that this is how you pronounce our brand, so that's how we should pronounce it. It's Nike. That's like when moms take liberties at spelling their kids' names a different way than it's normally spelled, and then you say, and it's pronounced this way. It might not follow the rules, but this is how you pronounce it. So
like Grant would have like 2 E's in it and you'd still pronounce it Grant or whatever. Or Simon would have like a Z at the front, but you still pronounce it Simon.
Right. And so then you're gonna find that you're correcting people a lot that mispronounce your name. So look at this one. Doesn't that look good, doesn't it? How many of you would love to try this mouth watering? I think that might be like granola or something.
I don't know. I think that thing looks pretty disgusting.
Does it?
It's disgusting.
It looks like there's glue, and I'm pretty sure they do use glue for cereal commercials.
No, I kind of agree with you on that.
Everyone is enjoying it. So surely you need to run out. When I say run, I mean run and go.
There's one, Mikey likes it. Like,
right. Mikey likes it. That would be the life cereal.
Oh, that one. Oh,
Life cereal? Yes. It's so good.
I have to bring back that old school commercial. Hey,
the Life.
Yeah, I had my kids kind of redo that commercial just for fun. I printed out the script to see if they could do it.
For the Life cereal?
I think it was late 70s, early 80s. And then we saw a picture of what Mikey looks like now. Completely different. Well, he's an adult. He's not.
What looks like now?
I'll have to show you guys the commercial.
And now Mikey's also, and now the other Mikey, the one that ate, is also a female.
Huh?
You mean it the newest
Yeah, the newest one, Mikey's a female now.
Oh, there's a new one? I didn't even know there was a new one.
It's for the, I think for like the chocolate life cereal.
Okay. I'll have to check that one out. So we should know this one right here. This is a popular.
Wait, life cereal? What?
Can you guys see what this says right here?
McDonald's.
Billions and billions serves.
Wow, billions and billions.
That means 2 billions.
It doesn't people threw it out after they tried it.
Maybe so.
I mean, you serve them. That could mean you like insulted them still. So that's saying maybe half of those are insults from the clerks.
Didn't serve them. How do we know that it's not to the homeless people who are begging and begging for a different food and they're forcing it down them?
Yes, they're forcing the McDonald's burger down their throat.
McDonald's on every corner with lines out the door, and in every country with lines out the door. So this is American, right? Like this is something we were talking about food earlier. When people think of America, they think of McDonald's.
Yes. The McDonald's and Chick-fil-A. Oh, I love Chick-fil-A.
Good old.
Chick-fil-A might be a newer one, but I know
Chick-fil-A is the best food.
Yes,
it's so good.
I traveled to different countries and I would say I was American. They would be like, McDonald's. And I'm like, is that all you can remember about America is McDonald's? It was in New York City. McDonald's, and there was one more, baseball. You know, that's our pastime.
McDonald's,
baseball. That's funny.
Football.
And when people think of America, they just think of fat people.
When you think of what?
I'm giving my college reviews to this paper, and I deserve to share the credit with the first author.
I'm sorry, Russell, I didn't hear your comment. When you what?
When some people think of America, some people think of fat people.
Oh, that's a possibility. Remember, I said how that connection happens because we do things big here. So we do big portion sizes. Our cars are bigger. Our food portion sizes are bigger. We just do things big here. And big in terms of food means more calories, less movement,
less health.
Because we eat more doesn't necessarily mean we exercise less.
I would agree with you if we weren't kind of the leaders in obesity, especially.
Well, yeah.
Yes, I know.
I'm not saying that we don't.
That's what I was talking about. It's a shame.
I'm saying that
That's why people laugh in America these days.
Yeah, because we are kind of the leaders in that. And it's probably because of a number of things, our food choices and, you know, our portion sizes, and we're more sedentary than other nations that have kind of the whole farming thing going on still. And we have more advanced technology here that does a lot of that stuff for us, which is also taking away the work that we needed to stay healthy. So it's kind of a, how do we balance that? How do we do better with that? Okay, so the third one was straw man. And what is straw man? What was the straw man fallacy? Kendall.
The straw man fallacy is changing or exaggerating an opponent's position to make it easier to refute.
Okay, thank you. Now tell me what it is in your own words, Kendall. Tell me what it is in your own words.
It's exaggerating something so that you can knock down their argument easier.
That's right. That's exactly right. And so we have some examples here, but I want to see after we look at our examples, if you guys have heard some real life examples maybe of this one. So can I get a reader for this first comic here?
I'll say it.
I can read.
I'll read. I'll be the bearded guy and you'll I'll be the neck beard.
The green guy.
Russell, I really need you to turn your camera on so that I can see you, please.
Can I be the bearded guy?
You want to be the green guy, Jordan?
Can I be the green guy?
Actually, I want to be the blue guy.
I said the bearded guy. The
bearded guy. Okay, Jordan, you the bearded guy. Russell, go ahead and read the green guy.
And given my contributions to this paper, I think that I deserve to share some credit with the first author.
So fame is more important to you than science, huh? That's sad.
Well, I didn't say that.
Oh, so now I'm senile too.
Okay, so what's the argument? What's the original argument?
They're talking about contributions.
Okay, I think that I deserve sharing the credit, right? Because of his contribution. So now, how does he respond to his argument?
Straw man.
Talking about science, so fame is more important to you than science.
Right. He's like, you want to be famous. Is he talking about fame? Is that his argument?
No, he's talking about contributions and sharing credit with the first author.
He wants to be recognized for his contribution. And now this guy's like, you want to be famous? He didn't say that. He's like, I didn't say that. And so now, how does he respond to that? What is this? What does that mean, you know? Who knows? What does it mean to be senile? Anybody?
To be like crazy with old age, kind of.
Okay, not necessarily crazy, but if you've ever had a family member that deals with Alzheimer's, do you know what Alzheimer's is? Okay, what are some of the characteristics of Alzheimer's?
They forget things.
Right. So part of the characteristics is it would be this adjective, senile. Senility is forgetting things. And it usually it's associated with Alzheimer's and older people that forget things a lot. And so now you can see how the argument goes completely off topic. And then this tangent now can go into this guy wants to be famous. And that's not something he said. Do we see how that could really happen in real life? Right? I could see how that could happen in real life. No, I don't want to be famous. I just want you to give me credit for what I did. That's all. I'm not.
So this straw man kind of thing is basically similar to red herring, because they changed the subject. He changed the subject to being famous, and what the green guy was talking about was making him share credit to him. So he completely changed the whole subject. So straw man and red herring is actually similar to each other.
Very good observation, Jordan. Very good. Yeah, there's several ways we can avoid the question, right? And that's basically what he's doing. He's avoiding the question, which is what red herring is too, right? But some of these other fallacies kind of help us see exactly how people are avoiding the question. So let's look at this one. Let me get a reader for this one. Who wants to be our little owl paper?
I'll be the penguin, and someone can be the.
Okay, I need two readers, Russell. Thank you for volunteering for that. Let me get some new readers, okay? Kendall, which one would you like to be?
Either.
Okay, how about you be our little gentleman right here, doing the presenter, and someone for my owl caper guy here.